さあ、すぐに出発してなるべく早く戻ってきましょう。
かが苦悩を見て己これあるがごとく。あなたの苦しみは僕にも分かります。ごめんなさい。
降るあらぬ積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き出るいろはの赤。
すでに皆私の盤上にある。なぜそこまで抗う。
まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。花に酔えり羽織着て刀刺す女。
医者ならここに、ここだよ。
降るあらぬ積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き。
なぜそこまで抗う。
まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。
全員しゃがめ。何見てんだよ。管理局の取り締まりは見たことねえか。
ドクターのおっしゃる通りですね。心を震わせる言葉は嵐の中から生まれるものです。気をつけて。
諸君、座につけ。
いい環境だ。降るあらぬ積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き出るいろはの赤。降るあらぬ積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き出るいろはの赤。
すでに皆私の盤上にある。むやみに戦に溺れるお前たち。
まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。
怪我人はいない。
花に酔えり羽織着て刀刺す女。
ここで負けを認めればまだ見苦しくはない。
急ぐことはないよ。黄泉の道は混んでいるからね。
風がそよぐ花園に月明かりが差したばかりだというのに、あなたにはもう秋が見えたのですか。
完全勝利。ねえ、せっかくだから打ち上げ行こうよ。
三軍に命ず出征の時だ。
お、敵発見。
天気がいいね。降るあらに積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き出るいろはの赤。急ぐことはないよ。黄泉への道は混んでいるからね。
すでに皆私の盤上にある。ここで負けを認めればまだ見苦しくは。
まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。急ぐことはないよ。黄泉への道は混んでいるからね。
医者ならここに。ここだよ。
まずはこのコートを撃ち落とせるかやってみて。
ここで負けを認めればまだ見苦しくはない。
降るあらに積もる恨みの落ち葉なく、吹き出るいろはの赤。
皆さん、感染源と思われるものには絶対に触らないようにしてくださいね。
まさに気候療法でしたね。
I think I've finished that already. Nope, I haven't. Wait, have I? I haven't read this yet. Pointless obsession, pointless struggle, pointless sacrifice. You have been fearful for centuries. You divided my awakening into hundreds of cycles, each of which subdivided by 12 and subdivided by 30. You live in constant fear every minute, every second, feeling that the limit should limit, though you do not know when it will come. Sounds like death. Have I become so foolish and shattered in the span of just a few dreams? Without a will, without self, without someone to measure it. Time is more than a cycle without meaning. As the time is spent into us, how do you find this time if you neither think nor feel? How does it read then? A dream historical for its inevitable end. Mount, season 1, potential we are masters. Heresy. Drop your weapon and live. Drop my weapon. It will teach the House of Ian that you has awakened, and their reign is no more than a fleeting dream compared to the infinity of heaven and earth. The Mount sees and all in between shall be. After centuries, we finally limited the last remnant of the hunt. The lands of Ian are safe now. A toast to all of you. Thank you, sir. And to the two of you, of course. Mr. Shaw inspired my troops by always being the first to charge into very well. Mr. Ransackers were utterly flawless. The above credit for taking down Jew must go to the two of you. A toast to you. Sure. Yes, I appreciate Mr. Wang, and there's something I must say to you. I know this slanders against your name in the Imperial Court, casting suspicion upon you because you are not one of our kind. You have endured such slanders and made a stark contribution to you, and your noble heart is admirable. To interfere even in family reunions, as for your restrictions on you are unreasonable. I will petition to His Majesty to permit your family gathering. It's a joyful day. I consider myself a strong drinker, but it appears wine has gotten the best of me. To tell the truth, my orders were to keep an eye on you and make sure nothing goes wrong. But the two of you have proven yourself utterly loyal, most respectable. This is as far as I go. Take care. A good man, but a poor spy. Did you think about what will happen to all of us if we find out what you did? We're drunk. I wish I were drunk. And all this was not but a dream. Why did you let the bestial Jew go? Best to have a card up one sleeve. Who's your opponent this time? You must feel it. We all do. It is awakening. Much sooner than 1,000 years that we expected. We need help. Did you promise to help you defeat Sui? It is too weak to even protect the Shanghai Zone, and we have not gotten to that point. It's not time yet. I told you there are other ways to skip its influence. I know what you're going to say. You finally clean up the ties between you and it. You wanted me to no longer be us, and we no longer be it. And you sealed yourself away in the sword. What then? Did the Sur Regulator return your sword? We still live in shackles. True shackles do not come from outside. You really believe that everyone can be like you? You remember everything and care about everything. People, events, and things from centuries past have all flowed away like the Great River. But Shua remains Shua, always. Not everyone can be like you. How long would it take for dust to become like you? What about you? You really want you to be like you? That line. 1,000 years is not enough, and we don't even have 1,000 years. We don't have time. I'm hardly your equal in Wiki, but I know that when there's no clear path to victory inside, there's better to play in a straightforward manner, and then to attempt radical tricks without a plan. Do you think you're so victory in this game that you would be content in doing all the right things in an honorable defeat? I never said that. Your plan will have no other outcome. What do you think we should do then? A rare face from Shaw. Surely found a path. Tell me, and I will come with you. Our chances would be better that way. Just tell me what the chances are. You can use me however you want. I would be happy to give my life. But you already know what you're doing. Or has your obsession with victory blinded you to risks and consequences? Tell me. Say something. Did you consider it? Your boxer stamped his palm on the stone table, or so he intended to. But he has to adapt to his mortal vessel, and he must judge both the strength and position. A deep crack appears on the wiki board that Wang always carries with him. Uh-oh. Yeah. He is actually mortal now. Impressive, brother. This human body you created for yourself can still split boulders. Listen to me. No, thank you. None of us could reach your heights, brother. You need not trouble yourself with our fates. What are you doing here? Had a fight with our eldest brother, such is written all over your face. I get drunk by the roadside for a couple of hours and so you're already making trouble. If you have anything to say to him, you can say it to him directly. Come now, there's no need for that. I know what you were fighting over, Sui. This is not the first time you have fought over this. Can you not accept your differences? This is a matter of life and death, and it is not something that can be glossed over so easily. Would you keep fighting even when the end comes? Run not from the words that need to be said. The longer you delay this, the greater the problem grows. Not today. No, come back. Wikifel, can you not act your age? Playing your bat in front of your younger sister. Oh! Wait, Wang is older than Ling. I thought Ling was... Oh, okay. Ling leads the way while Wang slowly follows behind. They see the eldest proxy is still sitting by the pavilion. Little Ling. I told you calling me Little Ling makes me feel like a child. Sorry, old habits die hard. So it would seem. Smashing things in your rage, are you the child here? I'll fetch some good wood and make a new one for you. Or would you prefer to keep this one? You can ask Yan or Yi to fix it while they're here. Oh. I got the days when I had finally freshly awoken watching you two fight amongst yourselves time after time. I remember the candle holder asking me anxiously, how bad will it get when all of your younger siblings are born? Please keep it an estimation so that I can report to the court and get a disaster response plan set up. An idea. Let me speak to Wang alone. I will serve as your messenger this time in order that you need to not break anything else. Very well. So about the wakeboard, just leave it, brother. I'll repair it myself. No need to trouble yourself. Alright. You only address him as brother when you are angry. What were you arguing about, so? Just I thought. His way is a proper way, but it is slow. If they were to suddenly awaken one day, it would be all too late. As for you, if you want to argue with him, should you not at least come up with a plan of your own? He gave up his sword to prove our innocence, the sword that means so very much to him. Do you feel no gratitude? The sword that very much means to him. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, that's why his name is Shua. Or perhaps seriously figures that he smashed your board. I'm just frustrated by his lack of urgency. We all seek away, thus has even fewer ideas. Does she anger you too? No. Its awakening is accelerating. We are all anxious, and it's understandable that we might provoke the occasional quarrel with inverted words. But it will take centuries for it to awaken. Maintaining a cordial relationship with the end is the more pressing matter. Or saying that I too lack urgency. No, that's not what I mean. You said we're all looking for a way. What are you looking for? Your ears have merit. It and I, we're all nothing but a dream. This is just a seed of an idea, and I know not how far I can go. But I hope to leave behind a dream. A dream that it cannot disturb even if it has fully awakened. I remember them saying that Ling is their last resort in case Wang doesn't actually finish the job against Sui. June. I can't believe the first thing I'm doing after reforming my vessel is to... That's sick. Time to go. Oh, to you. Oh, you're it, but you're not it. You're interesting, very interesting indeed. How does it feel to see your old enemy split apart like this and your old followers turn into an unruly rabble? What enemy? I simply had a dream that caused some delay. I managed to evade the Great Hunt before I awoke. It's not such a bad thing to die here after awakening. But you should not kill me here quietly. You should let me die before the East army. Otherwise, maniacs will keep coming, trying to die in my name. The last thing I want. Desperate people will resort to desperate measures. You are not necessarily the reason. I won't kill you, quite the opposite. I can't let you die. You want help. You want to help me instead of killing me. Interesting. How do you intend to deal with this self-proclaimed Shanghai Zong, though it is no more than a fragment? They have indeed inherited the old carpenter's art. They are not entirely unassociated with me. You'll leave if you leave. What do I mean? The Chinese army wants you, not them. It's trivial for you to leave. I'll help you if you encounter any obstacles. As for the Shanghai Zong, they'll last 2 more days, give or take. Give or take, ultimately, they will all die, taking a third of the Chinese army with them. If you die for them, they will become even more fervent and fighting to fight to the bitter end. If you leave, they will flee, and Yan's mission will be done, so they can recall their armies. This is the only way for you to stop the war. You are it. No, not quite. You are 10 times it in scheming and intrigue. I've been indebted to you. What do you wish from me for me in return? A piece of reserve that could perhaps come in useful. A great loss if it never comes into play. Now that makes me feel a little slighted. I'll repay this step, I promise. How do you intend to help me when you don't know what I'm trying to do? You would treat our environment as a piece of reserve. What you're plotting must not involve mortal man. This is about yourself. Split apart, you said. How many pieces are there? 12. So you has been born already. Oh wait, they mentioned that. Yeah, never mind. I I take it the only thing you care about is whether it is 12 that is left or the one. One word of advice. One tree does not make a forest. You are defying the laws of nature. You need all the help you can get. Ask your siblings if they've thought of any alternatives. Beings like you are not meant to be measured by normal logic and reason. And find the solution, you will rid the world of a great threat. Even the other Fathom much thinks fucking soy is bad news. Yep. I've explained this before in the Dealing event. You'll never truly be gone as long as my dream has not been fully worn away, as long as the 12 of us persists in my dream. Also, this reality, the great way unfettered, such as all things. Sounds to me you intend to carry the heaviest yoke of them all. You want to drag the entire family into the instant before Surya awakes, then extend the instant into eternity in your waking dream. How long do you think you will last? If I drank all the wine across all the lands? I hope there is a less desperate way. We were never equals to it. Desperate times cause for desperate measures, do they not? I know, but I did not save you on a whim. Why do you bring this up again? Of course you have your reasons for doing things, but too often you cast your eyes too far and forget the things that are near. Wait, what do you mean? I was asked to do so. By whom? Oh. The old man's alive. He has avoided the eye of Yan, as he does not follow like the Shanghai zone. Told me about you after I took him beyond Yanni's reach. Have you told our eldest brother? Not yet. You can be pretty astute when you need to be. I asked Ho about ideas for a way out after I helped him leave Yan. He sort of given me thought. Perhaps I am not its own. Perhaps I am not in its dream. Perhaps it is in my dream. Interesting, that old man. I would have checked with him. That's a chance. I think that's the butterfly, right? The unusual activity of swimming indicate that something is disturbing it in its dream and accelerating its awakening. It's merely addressing the symptoms, but if I can enter its dream and see what the culprit is, risky. Are you not concerned God. Are you not concerned it may awaken? Does it really matter? Does it really make a difference whether it awakens in 70 years or 7 days? What if I offer not my help? I'll find a way. Might this way have something to do with me, such as stealing something from me? I will take that as a yeah. Give me your word you will not do anything too foolish in this dream. Stop. There is no need for oaths between family. But please, do not break my heart. Yes. Now then, drink up. You may take the goblet with you. Just drink. What more do you need to dream? No ritual necessary. The elder proxy takes a cup and downs its contents. As vertigo overcomes him, he attempts to support his body with his arms. A stone table beneath his elbow had turned into a mountain boulder covered in moss. He has never seen such scenery but in the chaos or after he came into the mortal realm. He is it, but his dreams are too complex to be closely examined one by one. Where am I? Proxy is a firmament roar the firmament. Humans swing their weapons at other humans. Humans swarm firmament, where they are suffocated, crushed, and devoured. He hears the pain trembling of a firmament, as massive human weapons are locked and loaded. But he sees nothing. Invisible fairies walk across the ground. Vegetation disappears where they tread, revealing black and yellow soil. Invisible entities strike the mountains, cracking them and causing avalanches. But it remains still. It is in fear, angry, and in pain, but cannot fight back, cannot avoid it, and cannot even let out a whimper. Is this its nightmare? After 12 hours left, its dreams lost their visible image. The proxy takes a step back, but even the mountains are trembling in the nightmare. Can hardly keep himself upright. Just because you're in a dream doesn't mean you shouldn't watch your feet. That link was there. No, it's not. It's different. How did you get here? Jew wanted to come for someone to help you, but his brain has a hard enough time dreaming for himself, much less entering another's dream. I'm more certain to these things. Hello, fourth boss. Lamentable, is it not, that Soi's dream has become so torn and broken? Fortune and misfortune are truly two sides of the same coin. You are in its nightmare, and you have drawn its signs, like it or not. Look. Pole points in the distance, where heaven and earth melted to one. Suddenly, a black silhouette emerges from nothingness. Fathom what? Humanity. Weapon. It all seems utterly unreal, like the picture books that some uni soldiers carry with them. Flip through the pages rapidly, and the picture begins to move, as though they have been subjects to dusk's touch. You'll awaken it? I'll awaken it? Quite the opposite. A nightmare does not last long. Anyone trapped in a nightmare only seeks to wake up. This silhouette at least allows it to sleep a little longer. Then what do you mean by fortune and misfortune being two sides of the same coin? Paul says nothing, but Wang sees it. At first the images are awkward and stiff, but soon they become smooth. Not much has changed except for a white shadow appearing within the black silhouette. What is that? All 12 of you took something from its dream. When it let you go, its old dream gathered a bird and new dream became empty. But what was left behind was not a void, it was a mirror, waiting to reflect the first thing that enters this dream. That thing, that man, is you. You are seeing its nightmare, and now a reflection of you. That you fulfilled the void, its dream. You told me about the strange things that happened to your family a century ago. Now they have all come together, but in your image. This is its creation, its puppet, and the reflection of a reflection, which it is loath to face. It's time to go. Go? What else do you intend to kill it? If this is the shape of the void, then killing it might destroy whatever consciousness it still retains in a dream. Your mind is sharp, but your words are terrifying. You cannot kill Sui outside the dream. What makes you think you can kill it in the dream? I suppose you could try it if you are confident that you will be able to escape unscathed. I'm confident that I can take it down with me. You don't listen to what people say, do you? I suppose I have to fetch someone who you care about. Well, he wants to sacrifice his own life to kill Sui in this room. Have you abandoned your word so soon, my second oldest brother? Such opportunity will not come again. That's quite enough. It's time to bring your brother out of the dream, girl, or we'll all be in danger. I glimpse a dream of your slumber and my own reflection. saw the reflection, and the price was to create an inexplicable foe for yourself in the centuries to come. Having to face this again, you must be filled with regret. What a terrible error. If I knew this reflection of yours could leave the dream and enter reality, I would not have left so easily. Where are you hiding? No matter, I will find you. Yes, so it's time to go. Clearly unwilling to stay any longer, Ho waves his stick, and the three figures disappear. But neither he nor Ling realizes that they have simply taken one of many wakey stones. The stone will shatter when they depart the dream, and Ho and Ling will not find the same hill when they attempt to return to the dream. Try to find me again. It is not worth it. A black aura suddenly surrounds a proxy. The next instant, he has slipped from the cliff into the formation of thingless things. Probably better if we used formless things, but okay. At the horizon, the beast-shaped silhouette seems to have been hit by something, letting out a wail that shakes the earth. The grey-white side of humans outlined by black lines quickly swallowed the fathomless silhouette and rushes towards the proxy. In the distance, it looked like a thin line. Up close, the raging tide obscures the heavens. Black armor, plain robes, iron swords, pale bows. Nice equipment from 1,000 years ago, in black and white, like an uncolored draft, surrounding the proxy. First soldier charges at the proxy, a spear carrying the afterimage of arts, rushes towards the proxy's throat. The proxy cleaves it in two. Bring it all. He shouts. The army in Sui's dream pauses for an instant. Then they rush towards it, like a river that its words had frozen for an instant. What's going on? Mr. Shua. Your Ling's candle holder. Where is she? As he speaks, a claw of the size of a melon is brought down upon Shua. Shua sinks his fist, heaven and earth tremble. Its attack foiled, the Sui beast turns its attention to the other side at the enormous weapon that has just been assembled, not even taking the time to lick its bleeding wounds. Jesus Christ. You're supposed to be immortal now. We can't stop it. Half the Imperial Guards have fallen along with the human troops that have been deployed to the Tomb of Sui. We have mobilized every soldier in the 4 cities around Baiza. We can only hope before it destroys the next city. Where is Wan? Where is he? What use is there in looking for him? This is different. Ling took the others into the dream to protect them when Sui awoke. You led the army to fight Sui. Who else could have awakened it? Other than the great offender. The offender. Ling? You should not be here, or has the dream already? Who could see a gulper of cups? Come now. Ling's eyes are closed, the dream has yet to end. Even in the dream, however, she and the other siblings in it can feel its presence, so very near now. Yes, come to this. A fight to the death, it is. Shua is awake, he draws a sword which has not yet tasted blood. In the dream, Ling points her lantern at the body of the bestial Sui. The bestial Sui turns around towards the being born of itself. Beings. Yet just before everyone on the battlefield, every human and every beast could plunge into the coming slaughter, a bloody black figure appears behind the bestial Sui. Through dreams and dreams infinite, all of me and all of us are here. There is nowhere for you to go. You wouldn't dare kill me. If you will, and you will be destroyed, as will all of your family. Wang does not answer, he lunges forward, but his sword impales the throat of his own reflection, which had pursued through dreams for far too numerous counts. I think this is human theme. I like human theme. What are those tassels? But it's not just hair, there's something on his hair. Mountains. Baranmut armies, white dreams boil and roil between heaven and earth. A white mist for fever hot like fresh blood. Perhaps around the army and proxy outside Reeves, even the Baranmut. Oh, okay. Never mind, you can see it clearly. Only when the white figure falls to the ground do the others see that the two bodies lie upon the ground, all life gone from them. One was Wang, the other was exactly like Wang. But not even death could wipe the malice from his face. No one knew who he was. Ling? As the two bodies fall, Ling and her siblings' dream vanish into nothingness. Ling. The bestial Sui wails with the last proxy. A different dream. You're still trying to dull me with illusions. It will not succeed. Who could see a gulp of cups become now a sorrowful trunk? Ling would never say that, not even in the end upon us. How many of your stones sacrificed this time? Go on, count. You may think that I don't have many stones left, but how much is left of your memories? Not much, but perhaps you have forgotten something. Did you really think if your fragments split from a mere 1/12 could possibly stand against me, the whole that was born alongside this entire land? Remember, your last failure was the same as this. Gia? Oh, oops, wait, this is... Okay. K5. As far as we can go, Your Imperial Majesty. You are the only one in all of Yan who may enter the room beyond this door. There's but a door, there's no need to be so fearful. It conceals Yan's greatest secret and its greatest asset, Your Imperial Majesty. Is that so? The 17-year-old Chulong walks down the last few steps. When was this? 1962. He looks back at the three Grand Ministers behind him, who are still bowing deeply. He frowns and pushes the door open. He has heard about what lies behind the door, the legends and stories of this ancient nation that have been passed down through the centuries. If the Earth's blessing have granted this stone to its people, the heaven's blessing shall bring an end to the Sui. Sui. What is this? Some say that the prosperity of Yan comes from it, others say that Chulong's authority is merely borrowed from it. But no one has seen it with their own eyes in nearly a century. The ascending Chulong is filled with excitement, his fingertips trembling. Everything in the land of Yan shall obey him, for the prosperity of Yan. So will one small crystal. Is this... Okay, I was actually thinking that this might actually be Originium. But... he pushes the door open. Is it? Oh fuck. As ambitious as he is, he could not help but stop before the massive space and blinding lights. It is not the first Originium itself, but man-made additions upon it. It is Originium. The limiters and guidance that generations after generations of Tianchis have placed upon it over the centuries. At the new capital of Baizhou, a tomb was built to hold the vessel of Sui, and the consciousness of Sui was suppressed by the power of calamity. Now, the Emperor was not at ease, and so he thought counsel from the Tianchi Bureaus in hopes of keeping the peace of eternity hence. Then the Emperor discovered the means to harness the power of calamity, which is genuine. But it would take the lives of 100 Tianchis and 10,000 soldiers to form the blade and slay the beast. Even if complete success were achieved, Baiza would not be spared. And the Emperor said, "It is shameful to bring harm to the people for one's own purposes. I shall give up myself. Mine and my descendants shall do the same. Not demand the sacrifice of the people." Good Emperor. The True Long passed to the next year, and by its enchantment was complete. The Crown Prince grieved and named it Bufan. It's a weapon. No, rebellion sounds like no return to. My ancestor sacrificed himself and made the reigning True Long the subject of future human sacrifice. And forced the True Longs that came after him gave their lives to harness the power of this originium. I would have not known it was so massive if I did not see it for myself. Yet it is no more than a tiny crystal compared to all of Yan and Yan's future. Yan could have done much more with this object. How much energy have we spent on suppressing the sleeping beast? With such energy, how many armies could we have raised? How many machines could we have built? How could I tolerate such inaction? True Long lingers before the facility for a while. He has gotten used to the scorch. This is the dad. This is not the sun's taking over yet. Okay. He has gotten used to the scorching light and even starts to feel boring. A smile comes to his face as he remembers the reverence of his three Grand Minister's phrases. How will he deride their timidity when he leaves the room without being rude? He recalls the rule that kept the ministers out for him. Face his structure alone. The rule that inextricably links it to his life. He could not help but laugh. The True Long's authority over all under heaven, tied to a tiny crystal like this. I am still inexperienced and I will be relying on this review for many things. It has been peaceful and prosperous for centuries. Why is it that there are still rebellions? Is there still land where the blessings of man do not touch, or seditious subjects who will not submit to imperial rule? Silence. I will decide myself then, as you do not answer. The blessing of Yan shall touch every corner so that not a single person shall worry for food or shelter. And the kiss of Yan shall reach every heart so that not a single rebellious thought will enter the mind of a single man. We shall vanquish the northern traders and build the nomadic city of Baizhou, both at our charades. I guess the Shanghai Zong were part of Yan before, when Yan was still called the House of Chen. Both are to have foremost priority and neither shall be delayed. We shall summon the 6 ministries, discuss the specifics, and deliver a proposal by the end of the month. Dismissed. The 3 on the other side of the curtain bow and ascend and leave. A little later. Oh, you have arrived. It's an orange pearl, Majesty. I have long heard of the 12 extra settlements of Yan. Credited with the no small number of achievements from the Empire. I've been curious for some time. As I perused the Steward Religious Archive, I found something rather interesting. Weird reports of triumph or suspicious activities. No name has been mentioned more often than yours. But I see your visage is not as terrifying as the rumors claim. Why has your Imperial Majesty summoned me? Told you the most cunning strategist in all of Yan. How do you propose to resolve the 2 great obstacles we face? The Northern Rebellion is hardly a major threat. The rebels may be influenced in their local area, but they are powerless to expand. Nevertheless, it would be inevitable to allow them to consolidate their position. 50,000 soldiers and 6 months worth of rations will be sufficient to defeat them. Your estimate is much more optimistic than the Ministry of War, but I have more reason to trust your judgment on this. What about the other matter? After the modification of Baizhou to a nomadic city, I understand the Ministry of Works has validated the engineering principles. The only issues are funding supplies and the tomb of Sui beneath Baizhou. Yes, you understand the problem. It is for this that I have summoned you. How do you intend to eliminate Sui? If you are familiar with the scrolls of the Sui regular, you understand that we were the same and one was Sui. And our fates are intermingled. Do you mean to ask how to kill us? That is only Sui that Yan is concerned about, and no other being. You understand, of course, the price that Yan paid for the hunt that occurred years ago. The price that must be paid if Yan is to face the issue is 7/10 of its army, 1/10 of its population, and 50 years of unceasing unrest. If that is the case, Yan will be in no position to ensure the safety of the 12 of you. The proxy looks up and meets the gaze of the man behind the curtain. I am determined to cleanse Yan of this 1,000-year bane. I am not afraid to pay the price. Any price. The city will be destroyed. The tremendous energy that was used to suppress that beast shall be reutilized to build 100 city and 10,000 battleships, and usher in another 1,000 years of prosperity for Yan. I had hoped that there would be a place for the 12 of you in Yan's future's prosperity on account of your past deeds. That is regrettable. If your decision to eliminate Sui comes from a practical judgment rather than reckless pursuit of glory, I may have a way. The 12 of us were one and same as Sui. We were destined to fade, whether it awakens or it is destroyed. But it is possible that I could replace it. How sure are you? I will need time. That ginkgo sapling was planted in the spring of this year. The Ministry of Works swore an oath on this hall several days ago that the rebuilding of Baizhou to a nomadic city will be complete before the tree bears fruit. 20 years, that is the time you have. That's too little time. I am not here to bargain. Immortality has made you arrogant. Oops. Perhaps you have forgotten that mortals do not have many 20 years. You cannot wait, and neither can I. Candle holder, so much time has passed in the blink of an eye. As a previous candle holder, she retired last month and asked me to tell you not to worry. I will take over your communications with the regulator from now on. Well, you'll have your hands full. Most candle holders have to worry about tracking down my free roaming siblings. As for mine, you have to sit in this office all day handling books and scrolls. They are more like day secretaries than candle holders. I enjoy reading and writing. This is right up my alley. Perfect. What is your name? Chun. With the ancient tree that shares your name, 8,000 years is a spring and 8,000 years is an autumn. Was the one who named you remarkably ambitious or remarkably cautious? Right, you are. An elf. Yes. Judging for your appearance, you're an elf. Of Yan. The visual Yan and its elves are well versed. Oh, that is so gonna be confusing. Okay. The visual Yan and its elves are well versed in the ways of Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements. The element associated with the spring is wood. The character for Chun combines both wood and spring, presenting vitality and longevity. I see. My mother told me about it when I was young. I didn't expect anyone else to know. Stuff like this is what history is about. But as your first say, I won't put you too much for hard work. Just familiarize yourself with the space. You can look at any books and documents in the study. The candle holder carefully scanned the room. She could not conceal her eagerness as she sees scrolls and books that fill the wall shelves. The Did you write all of this? No. I simply collect the materials. The historians of the Imperial Court Cabinet are the ones who actually write the books. Are you retarded? After all, is writing this test a very difficult task? It is a heavy responsibility. History books form people's perception of the past, but a few words are hardly enough to give them a complete view. Judgments must be made as to which parts to record for posterity, and what sorts of lessons those who come after should learn. It's easy to say, right, with an impartial pen, but it's also most profound and complex discipline. But if there's a mistake in the history books, then it should be corrected. History is inevitably warped by the position of the narrator, no matter how impartial the writer attempts to be. I see a few more problems because I've lived longer than most and remember more than most. It's true that your kind and proxies are different from other long-lived before I joined. I heard that each of you had your own powers. Do you use your powers to correct errors in history books? I heard you have a magical writing knife. Use it to correct those errors? It can, but this is not how it should be used. Mistakes take root in people's hearts as they are passed down from one generation to another. The proper way to fight them is to form a new consensus through debate and clarification, not to simply erase it. Erasing the wrong word from one's own writing is not a significant issue, for it only concerns oneself. Erasing a wrong word from one's writing is not a significant issue, for it only concerns for oneself. To do it to a published book would be to meddle with the memories of thousands. As for history, setting aside the question of how much I can alter, it will not be a good thing for myself and for Jan. Frankly, it's already a chore to ensure that history is not altered. I already have the energy to alter it myself. Now there's something you would like to change with the knife yourself. Huh? Before my mother passed away, she said I may be the last of the Yan elves. God damn it. She wanted me to find a home. Wait a minute. What is wrong with all of the elves and why are they all dying? Momo is a forest elf. Or a water elf, rather. Chun is from a beast elf. And the snow elves of Sami is from a different... Okay. I wanted for many years. I tried many ways to blend in, but I always failed. Jan does not want... Jan doesn't want to accept you because the Yan elves were depicted in the Great Hunt as a fickle and disloyal. But I know that's not true. The bestial Yan stood against Yan simply to survive. That cannot be denied. The elves, though, had only wanted to mediate the conflict, yet they became the enemies of both sides. Ultimately, most were killed in the battle and their deeds lost to time. So you wanted to alter this history. I don't deny that I thought about it, but I'm your candle holder now and my work comes before all else. I can't lend you the writing knife, nor can I allow you to use it to alter history. I understand I shouldn't have, but if we can find proof that elves were in fact not disloyal, I will do all of that I can help to correct the errors records in the proper manner. Huh? Things haven't been too busy lately. We could visit the area where you used to live. What do you think? Besides, the things I've said are necessarily true. I can tell that your passion for words and history is genuine. Why did I say it like that? Genuine. Besides, who will believe you if the historian does not? Yes. This is the key to my office. You're my candle holder now. We grab it. How do you get in? Give me the key. Why should the master of the house need a key? The court building has only just been completed. Why? Don't worry, it will not be torn down. Our two Tianchis will transfer the judicial review office to the nomadic plate, undamaged. But wouldn't it have been so much cheaper to build it directly in the nomadic city? Right. I heard the Imperial Court is putting everything behind this nomadic city. I'm sure our cooperation will be very important. Get to the point. What do you want? My rosewood chair, ebony table, Kuo plates, and Danyan lamps. None of them were inexpensive. Here are the receipts. Oh, fuck me. Here are the receipts from when I ordered my things. If there is any damage, Fan, you'll be reimbursed accordingly. Yes, the prisoners have been transferred. The previous instructors were from the Judicial Review Office, while the new ones are from the Ministry of Justice. I understand, but I am supposed to conjure the prisoners out of thin air? You don't care. The burden beast carriages are arriving in minutes. Minister, please excuse the poor hospitality. I did not know you were visiting. I have never seen a Skymere Pavilion. I take it you have important business. There isn't much time, Ms. Gia. I'll get straight to the point. There is an error in this year's archives that I would like to ask you to correct. A mistake to the documents that I audited? Pray tell. The documents submitted by the Ministry of Works say that there were around 100 deaths associated with the Chidao project at Danyan this year. How did the number become 3,000? The figure of 3,000 deaths was not cited from a single document, but calculated based on the document from Military Bureau of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and local government departments. The records are carefully sourced. I have kept a copy should you wish to review them. But it's not my place to question the work of Ministry of Works. I have no idea why the 3,000 deaths in Danyan local records became just 100 when it reached Bazao. You must submit sufficient evidence, however, should you wish to question the documents audited by the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Ahem. Well, Danyan is not so well staffed as Bazao, and there are only limited resources available for record keeping. Besides, the cold climate there causes diseases and frostbite in winter. Perhaps not all of 3,000 died in the course of contracting the cheetah. I see. You wish for me to alter the economy to make the Ministry of Works look better for the cabinet. This is not about the cabinet, this is about Yan. You know about all the projects being carried out across Yan, they push the nation's resources to the limit. There is no doubt that this project will benefit the nation of its people. I'm not the only one who feels that such depressing figures will weaken the people's morale. I don't deny the benefits of these measures precisely because of that. 3,000 people who died to build Shida gave their lives for their country. It would be an insult to their memory to reduce it to 100. Unless you can prove that there has been an error, any text that I have reviewed must not be altered. Anyone else who has a complaint can bring it to me directly. The nation must be united in the monumental task of building the nomadic city. Everyone at the court is doing their best and each faces their own challenges. Yet the writings of the Imperial Historical Cabinet and the Skymere Pavilion have been most aggressive and deprecating. Yet our use for work on the nomadic city stopped immediately. Is it the writer who has something to hide? Or the reader? How dare you? The Imperial Court has compensated the next of my kin in full. Not a single coin has been withheld. I have noted this in the document that I have approved. Care that the Imperial Court has shown towards those injured and killed as well as their families illustrates Yan's love towards its people. Then why do you cling to a single number like this? I understand your concern for Yan, Minister, but I worry that people will only see the glory of accomplishments, and not the people whose sacrifices made it possible. What I can do is to ensure that the history I see is recorded exactly as it is. And you think you can alone decide the history of Yan? History has never been decided by one person, but has combined soundless voices of millions. We all learn when in a position to improve the lives of thousands upon thousands of ministers. I simply leave behind some words for the people whose voices will never be heard. Now ask your conscience and answer again for those people. How many died building Danyan Chedo this year? Was it 100 or 3,000? This is why you have come, sister? I can't imagine how they managed to convince you to lobby on their behalf. You're actually dreaming. Well, the one in the Tomb of Sur has awakened. It's so sarcastic to everyone these days. Came to tell you that the Sphere Regulated Ministry of Justice have approved your request to clear the Yan Elf's name. I'm sorry, I was a bad move. Apologies accepted. That's the first good news I've heard in days. It'll make Chun less gloomy, I hope. It's not good to be fighting with a Sphere Regulator, but I doubt they would be happy to see you get too friendly with your fifth candle holder. I understand, but she's really taken to her work. Helping me compile the history she clearly likes. I have a feeling she didn't become a candle holder because she wanted to, but because she was alone and didn't have a choice but to take the hand that was offered. Well, a wrong has been righted. That's always a good thing. Of course, I think a part of their intention is to get you to compromise on changing the documents. I simply came to discuss matters, because this matter has gotten to the 3 Grand Ministers and the True Long. I'm not lobbying on anybody's behalf. Just treat it as a guy in the Tomb of Sur throwing a tantrum. You're the only one in the family who jokes about this. Playing has honeyed words and you speak with heaven's authority. I'll settle for the frivolous tongue then. I like you. It's true that officials of the court are facing a dilemma in this matter. The figure of 3,000 will cast a shadow upon the nomadic city project, and the implications it may have for Yan are unknown. Did you tolerate the falsification of records while you were still administering justice? Falsifying records is a crime, of course. However, if the perpetrator did not do it out of selfish interest, I will consider extenuating circumstances when determining the punishment. I am surprised to hear that. We each have our own specializations. I don't work in history, and you don't work in law. Perhaps that is how matters of law work, not in history. I want to study history and language because I wanted to learn what the human mind is really like. The answer to my questions may lie in the intention behind words and the truth behind history. Not for Yana, not for Delana, not even for our family. Only for my own questions. You're more like a scientist. See ya. What are you doing here? I was ready to tell. Tell me what? Never mind. What's the hurry? I went to the city to get dressed fast, but I discovered signs of intrusion. The writing knife on the desk is gone. How careless. I'm assuming it's fake. It should be fake. Oops. I was double checking if I've done with this. I guess not. See. Not tell anyone else. Be extremely careful. I need you to do something for me. The Judicial Review Office has begun to investigate everyone who was near the Sky Mirror Pavilion around the time that the writing knife was stolen. Aside of our siblings, you could count the number who know about the existence of the knife with one hand. Yes, it's just as I feared. I won't stand aside and do nothing if someone tries to harm you, Gia. But I love your tale. It's cool. I thought someone is trying to harm me would use such means. It feels more like a warning. His Imperial Majesty is an energetic ruler. He wanted every person in the land to bow to him. He would recognize our family as not being of his kind. But I do not believe he would stoop so low as to use a knife in underhanded ways. That is not fair. If there's anyone who should be above suspicion, it would be. You know how hard the words fair and just are to write. It is our oldest brother says. It is as our oldest brother says. There's no point in arguing when it's 1,000 miles against one. I doubt he would just let that slide if he was here. I don't like to see him. I wouldn't like to see him when he's angry. What is your plan? You won't tell Wang about it. It's times like these that he is most useful. Gia shakes her head. That was what I was about to ask you. Please keep this a secret from Wang. People have feared and avoided him for many years. His position has grown even more precarious under the new emperor. This is not a time to drag him into this. Besides, I fear he will do something irrational if he finds out. Alright, I'll listen to you. But I hope you can be honest with me, Gia. Are you absolutely sure that you and Wang are not plotting something? Come on, don't interrogate me like this, sister. She's the same as Wang. I guess someone can lie to you successfully. Yeah, I knew it. Wang calls Shuo brother only when he's angry. And Gia uses sister, specifically when hiding something. I knew it. You understand that it is a dangerous power you wield. I know the risks, but I'm not the only one who has to shoulder them. Shuo, Wang, Ling, and you've done so much for us, the younger ones. I have to do my part. I don't want these names that I put so much thought into fade away in history. Yun continues to frown. Gia takes her sister's hands in hers. They're rough from all the years of playing instruments, but it is a comfortable feeling. I'm here. I'm alright. Don't worry. You know, I had a dream about our future. It's a different future from the fields of white that you spoke of. I saw all of you truly live as yourselves. The vision was so real, it didn't seem like a dream. I even had a feeling. A feeling that's more than just a dream. Why am I seeing you right now? It's good to see you, Miss Yan. Hang on, Hud. You're the one supervising the work. What about the foreman? Where is he slacking off? You misunderstand. My master has been very busy with the city design ever since he received news of Baizo's modification. He has gone an entire month without sleep at his busiest. That slowpoke picks himself up once in a while, eh? He calls Yan's first ever nomadic city a project of monumental significance. Every detail of the city must be carefully considered. Therefore, he must complete it before you have a chance to do something to his design. What? How dare he talk behind my back like this? And I always share the good stuff with him. Where is he? I'll bite his head off for this. Sleeping. He has stopped for 10 days now, but he is supposed to deliver the draft of the gate to the Ministry of Works today. He told me that I am to stop the Ministry of People from getting in, no matter what. Ah, now that's the E I know. Is there something else? You said he is... What are you doing? He is sleeping. Remember that he picked up a meteorite a few decades ago. It's still in his garden, isn't it? Where? Miss Jan, I have my master's instructions. I am not allowed to anyone in this garden your choice, whether it is you or anyone from the Ministry of Works. Why are you so loyal to him? Say, wasn't it I who gave him the materials to build your body? You should obey my orders. Now get out of the way. Please, Miss Yan, you make my position most difficult. Mr. Liang, Miss Yan, the Assistant Minister requests your urgent presence at the Forbidden City. Urgent? How much? The Baizo project has encountered a snag. Shipment of materials ordered on Neutronum and the like, which Baizo urgently needs, has been delayed. It has brought construction to a grinding halt. What are the geezers of Ministry of Works doing? What is going on in the Ministry of Explanation? The construction of Baiza is the most important thing in the land. How could this be allowed to happen? The trade around the capital is well concerned. How could it collapse when no catastrophe has occurred, and how could it be their Bansurin so close to the capital? I have to say that these incidents are highly suspicious, sir. The sudden collapse and the sudden supplies disappeared without reason, and showed up just as suddenly as where they should not. If there is indeed someone behind all of this, then their objectives must be to sow confusion. Rumors have been spreading in the city. Many workers believe that Baiza picked a time of ill fortune to begin construction. Someone is sowing confusion. Who? Sir, the Ministry of Rights requests a meeting. What is Rights doing here at a time like this? Did they come to laugh at us? Reporting, sir. The Ministry of Rights said that although the Ministry of Works has been quite busy of late, this trouble involves more than just the Ministry of Works. There you are, Chun. You know why I have summoned you here? I suppose because of the writing knife? Yes. How do you propose to solve this dilemma? Perhaps if we could put in a few good words for her and return it to its owner. Huh. Go on. If the number are the problem, it's a simple matter of going over her head to alter them. This should not be necessary. How interesting. Her previous candleholder retired after being accused of growing too close to her proxy. She has a knack for winning people over, doesn't she? I mean, all the proxies have their own eccentricities, but they have never plotted against Yan. Indeed, we can tolerate the eccentricities of others as long as they do not seek to harm Yan. But she... You must understand what you are dealing with, and what your powers mean to Yan. The supervisor tosses the unsubmitted document towards Chun and hands her a writing brush dipped in ink. Try. If you think you can go over head proxy. Change the numbers to what you want them to be. Your building, the Ministry of Rights and Works have completed the investigations into the lost supplies of the Baiza project. The investigators unanimously agree that it was likely an intentional act and that there was someone behind it. The supplies have arrived at Baiza. The Ministry of Works will do its best to make up for lost progress. What are you hiding? You suspect that there is someone behind it. You must have a suspect. The nervous official dares not to look straight at the figure behind the curtain out of the corner of the eye. He glimpses a majestic lord standing before his desk, writing something. A well-timed declaration of war, too, in fact. One telling me that she is the sole mouth of Yan, while the other demonstrating that he can easily disrupt Yan's greatest project. That the continuation of the project depends on his approval. But there come a day when they could make Yan's armies turn on themselves if they wanted. This is a most serious matter, Your Majesty. If the proxies are indeed stirring trouble, the Surrey regulators should act immediately and punish them severely. There is no need to be hasty. Thank you for what's down as running brush. I know the craft of calligraphy must be honed over a long period, but I have not seen the efforts bear fruit. Still, I understand now why the Grand Vizier wanted me to spend so much time on it. One must be in control of oneself. The young Chulong gazes upon the ink on the paper, but he seems dissatisfied and frowns. Jin Ye Ming Guiran Jin Wan. The moon swan gloom drew every eye. Picks up the writing knife and uses it to scrape away and conspicuous character of Wang. In an instant, the patch of paper is white as new again. He is clever, unlike his pedantic sister. He knew to let the supplies arrive at Baiza will eventually make a show of good faith. He wished to protest on behalf of his sister. I'll humor his brotherly love. They can record the figures as they like. As for this writing knife, I had considered doing something with it, but never mind. Return it. I see. Jia? Surrogate has recovered your item. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Jia. My apologies, friend. The thing that I lost. That which was lost has been restored. All is well. I was negligent of my duty. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, Jia. You said you didn't want to use a writing knife to alter history, not even to change the clerical auras. Why have you kept the knife around? Did you forget the Jordi asked discussion when you were 3 months on the job? You complained when I didn't allow you to use a writing knife to correct errors. If that's so, I don't really remember. Have you forgotten about your original aspirations now that the erroneous descriptions of Rihanna also have been addressed? Oh, yes. It's true that one should not pursue what lies in the past, but just as you and I have demonstrated, it does not mean that we should ignore the errors of the past. Never mind trying to whitewash them. I have kept the knife so that people remember the wrongs can always be righted. I understood. Nothing could be changed. Tearing the pages out, writing over the words. They all do nothing because the page is instantly restored to its original state. How could this be? How could this be? This is her power. She was not so difficult 100 years ago when it was proposed that she should leave the Imperial Historical Cabinet and refrain from writing the histories directly. She did not complain and indeed transferred to the Skymere Pavilion for her own accord to work on reviews. She also reduced the number of courses she taught at the Academy, mostly working in advisory capacity, similar to how June operates. But her photographic memory, enthusiasm for history, and her immortality were too much of a temptation to historians. It became their habit to seek the approval of the one who is never wrong, and she is happy to take on the work, reviewing documents and histories. Today, nothing that passes through her hands can be altered without her approval. As for the writing knife that occupies so much of your mind, it was once an ordinary tool when Gia first picked it up. After spending centuries by Gia's side, it became capable of altering text without having to carve out bamboo. 2 centuries later, the writing knife accidentally erased a page from the veritable record of a true long. Few, if any, ever perused those pages, and all who knew the subject were gone. So when a careless historian hand slipped, no one could recall what the page held anymore. One reason was that no copies were made of that veritable record, but it is also true that Gia's powers are growing. If the surrogate or Gia herself chooses to erase a word in a sentence or perhaps a memory from under heaven with it, It is well within the realm of possibility. The knife represents only a fragment of Gia's power. How fast are her own powers growing? The deeper Yan's history grows, the harder it will become to rein her in, for she is one with history. In another century or 10, as she continues to immerse herself in history, she will become more powerful, more terrible, even the bestial Suri itself. Why exactly? The long-lived cannot understand dumbfoundedly, hardly able to comprehend what she just heard. Why is she bad, specifically? If that's all, I will return to the Sky Mirror Pavilion. Very well, be careful. Fine? Are you alright? Fine. Fine, did you? Silence. They have grown used to this status of understanding between them, in the long centuries that they have spent together. Gia clearly sees the emotions in his eyes. Flames of fury, well hidden, but burning nonetheless. Why? Why is this a problem? This one, I mean. How is this a problem? You have someone recording history through actual, well, with no falsehood. Although Gia did say that even without falsehood or bias, the narrator will still... Okay. It happened a century ago. I still remember the conflict that occurred because of the writing knife. What is it that you want me to see this time? I thought you would charge recklessly into the dream and tear it apart. You call yourself a schemer. Do you not see how the seeds of your own and were already sown? The hearts of men are fickle. I don't need you to tell me. So you do not interfere in my power struggle against the true long. Does it matter that you know? You dug your own grave. I did not need you to do anything. Besides, you have not seen the full picture of how the event led to her ultimate demise. The end is near. Are you ready? There's something missing. Did she also give the writing knife to the king or to the emperor just because she's aware of that power growing wildly stronger? Man walks past rows of fallen bookshelves, trying to return the scattered books to where they should be. Ah, back to the present. That's why there was no year this time. The earth blessings have granted this stone to its people. The Abbot's blessing shall bring an end to Sui. But in the 1,000-year river of history, is it fate ordained by heaven and earth, or nothing more than a coincidence? But the Wormschen? It was they who... Oh, I just realized. Everything on the... Wait a minute. Smart. Okay. Everything above is present. Everything below is... the past. It was they who brought the token onto the Sky Mirror Pavilion today. Was it a coincidence, or... This mayhem. What happened? Is that your wife? Or, well... They finally married. Someone joins him, stepping lightly, and bends down to pick up a book from the ground. Ah, Miss Ning. Mr. Liang? Miss Ning, why are you still here? Did you forget that I am official of the Ministry of Rights? Neither of us should leave until all civilians have been evacuated. You're quite right. The evacuation of the civilians complete. Essentially, Baizhou will soon separate. This unsettling, is it not? Perhaps you wanted to ask how I knew you were here when you did not tell me about your demotion. It rained through the night yesterday. I only fear that you may be cold. The man clears out a spot for the two of them to sit down. It is a long time since I last visited this Chimera Pavilion. I suppose you used to frequent here, as did all the students of the academy. I had a headache whenever I looked up at the books stacked all the way up to the ceiling. But now I find here a place of rare peace, away from the troubles beyond. I heard about Mr. Ning. You have my deepest sympathies. My grandfather did what he felt was right. He would not have kept the secret for so long out of selfish interest. He did to protect the younger generations too. I cannot reproach him, whether with reason or sentiment. Of course, he must also pay the price of his deeds for his deeds. I see, you have laid it down. I'm glad to see it. Perhaps you misunderstand. I do not mean that I could lay it down easily. I cannot deny that my career benefited greatly from my grandfather's influence. Those on the outside would undoubtedly say that the House of Ning is falling on hard times. I would not say this to anyone but you, Mr. Liang. You should not say that. I do not feel that any of your honors are undeserved. I trust you. But if you are the only one? My grandfather said that once one has passed the walls of the palace, one must not trust in others easily, and certainly not expect to be trusted easily. I listened. But it seems that I forgot about it when I met you in Shangshu. I simply believe that I found a kindred spirit. You flatter me. You've always been like this. I admire your honesty and your sense of responsibility, but I hate how you make decisions by yourself and keep other people at a distance. That's the whole French. It's the people I grew up with. Fucking waifu's dead and Li. But then I realized you would not be Li Yangshan if everything you did was to my liking. Precisely. A person who understands that a character that has flaws is a good thing. I could no more reproach you than I could reproach my grandfather. I once thought that all I needed to do was to be fair, honest, diligent, and persevering. But the years have taught me how powerless I am. My grandfather was right, but even more flattering is the thought that I could not even trust myself to keep aspirations and ideals. I would not claim that everything I did was honest and upright, but you should not have been involved in the ones that were not. Is it my turn to comfort you with the words of clear conscience? You and I have done all we could, following the path of justice that we believed in. Perhaps we are ultimately powerless to change anything. Psych, there's need to double check something later. Power to change anything. Bear this entire city will be no more when the sun rises tomorrow. Then, here and now, at least, my conscience is clear. 2 moons. God. The night is deep. The ancient library has kept some old rules. All is quiet, except the passage of time. They hold each other's hand tightly in their own. The desolate pond lies wrinkled by the wind beneath the crumbling eaves. No voices remain. One can still recall those days of green sashes and red blooms in their splendor. Sash. You're flirting again. Training? Oh. Ship guys seems to be appearing less frequently. Could it be that you were right and these guys are the breathing of the beast also, eh? I told you so, you just won't believe me. Zoe has been very rude to this lady. I understand why, but also, whatever the reason, this is our opportunity to head for the top. This Carmen probably in the area. What are you planning? These guys turn back into words when they are defeated. Say, if they were transformed the secret homes of the Skymere Pavilion, would defeating them reveal their secrets of Yan that are usually kept hidden? You there? Sudden moves. Let me see what secrets the words for. Tang Tu Koi Shu. What is this? It makes no sense. The top 3/4 of the Skymere Pavilion are off limits. We only enter because we have an important mission. Refrain from doing anything unnecessary. Huh. You still won't admit that you're already in on this. Your deceptive words mean nothing. I know what I'm doing. There's a lot that you don't know. This building began as a public library, one of the first buildings to be completed after Baizhou became a nomadic city, but there was no such thing as a restricted area at the time. Then 120 years ago, the death of the proxy affected tons of history books, causing their text to become unreadable. The circular wanted to dig deep, but the number of books was enormous, so the Skymere Pavilion set aside space up top for the circulator's research. Decades passed. When the discussion of the turmoil had almost settled, the palace became a warehouse for dusty old books. A restricted zone. Why would it be sealed off from public view if it held any actual knowledge? You do know a lot. There's a little bit more than you. The things you speak of should not be secrets to the circulator, but I have not heard of them before. My studies have been inadequate. This is what I hate about you. Always stiff, always by the book. Was that white-haired Pearl we met in Mangshan Town a friend of yours? Record keeper. There we go. You mean Yun Kingping? Yeah, that's the name, I think. He couldn't find his way out of a wet paper bag, and it looked like a stiff wind could blow him over. But he was a quick He was a quick thinker. Talking to him was kind of interesting. Why don't you learn a thing or two from him? I know you're smart. I don't need you to lecture me. I stopped to drop a real tone and sound like a human being. Why did you join the Shanghai Zone, Moyi? What answer do you want to hear? You want me to tell you that I had a difficult childhood, drifted to the Shanghai Zone, and I'm looking for a chance to repent and mend my ways? Doesn't that sound a little cliche? I wasn't. So whatever you want. Of course, Shanghai Zone who murdered and pillaged are villains. They deserve to die, but I hate hypocrites even more. Those people who look like they'll die if they stop flaunting their high and mighty morals for a single moment. They think they're better than everyone else the moment they become out their mouth. Mama's tummies. Frauds. What I really want to know is, why are you so sure that this thing regarding the Gota series will stop the war between Yan and Sui? You've been with the Sui regulator for a while. Have you never wondered about your most closely guarded secret? Why did that proxy die? Looks like it's not that you're not curious, it's the curiosity has yielded no answers. That's the problem, isn't it? Why would this have become a secret if the Sui regulator was really so just and upright? What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Do you not hear any of that? You're so weird, you've been staring into blank space for a while now. Did those guys give you a concussion? Don't suppose there's anything I can do about that? You've said that before already. Thanks, I'm not quite. Just feel like I've been here before. But you've dreamt about this place before. Were you dreaming just now? Perhaps. I thought I heard two people arguing something about justice, but I'm not sure. Must be hearing things. It's mostly ancient history books here. Maybe there's a clue as to what's going on here, but justice. On here, but justice? That's one thing you won't find. They seem to be saying that justice doesn't exist, tangibly. That's true enough. Never mind that, let's get searching. Maybe you'll find your father's books here. There's books here. Talk about forgetting one's roots. But I suppose it is not your fault. You didn't grow up in Baizo, and these things didn't really have anything to do with you. I thought you would be angrier at me. I am angry, but I realize I shouldn't take it out on you. I just... never mind. Smart woman. Miscellaneous morsels from Baizo, Sweet Yang. Yes, the one dates back several generations. The people rejoiced as the new emperor took the throne. They put up white banners like clouds and held rites in remembrance of their previous emperor's virtue. But their hearts were hopeful, confident that an era of greatness was upon us, and the nation's peace secure. This is from a century ago, when the last true Lung took the throne. That's a long time ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're investigating. The last true Lung's accomplishments were innumerable. The transformation of Baizo into a nomadic city, as well as the Sky Mirror Pavilion, were completed under his decree. Not that either of us were around back then, although I suppose he would be your grandfather. Look at this, forward. Talk about sucking up to the powerful. The country records from around Baizo and the demographic records of Baizo itself all paint a picture that is far less rosy. In the end, only one person's accomplishments remain. Same old story no matter where you are, I guess. That is kind of strange to hear from a close blood relative of that emperor. When the city of Baizo was completed, the emperor ordered the tomes of all the archives to be gathered in a single place. The scholars worked by candlelight, collecting fragments and tales, validating the facts and compiling them, so scattered records are whole again. A strange, Imperial Historical Cabinet's efforts to collect the scattered histories happened after the death of the proxy, more than a decade before Baizo was built. By the ambiguous way that is written, the older generations were always stringent about scholarship. Why would they make such a mistake? Could it be that even what little they left behind was altered and rewritten? She is not listening to her companions muttering. She is on the guard for any unusual movement around them. She tried to tell Chen Xiao she had to get moving, but she had a hard time saying it, seeing the sad look on Chen Xiao's face. I never asked you, what happened to your family? The ones who were in Baizo? The Chens were a family of historians. They were well regarded but not illustrious. They generally stay out of conflict and politics, other than the occasional offense they inevitably cause in the course of their work as historians. All I remember is that my father said it was a tough... It was as though the sky had fallen when the family learned about the marriage arrangement with the princess. That cousin was the only unmarried man in the family. He and everyone else knew how dangerous it was, but they were in no position to refuse. The rest was history. Princess Yanjing died in Longmen, and my cousin passed away soon after. His Imperial Majesty did not punish our family, but rumors of strife took on a life of their own. You can imagine what happened to us when everyone inside our house had mistreated the princesses. That's not what Mother wanted. I doubt it was Wei Yan's intention either. I was very young then. All I saw was... The elders were always sighing when they came back from the morning assembly. Many fell ill out of sheer worry. Brothers and sisters stopped communicating with one another. Everything was shrouded in gloom, but I didn't know why. Father moved from place to place, selling off the family's belongings, until we finally left Baizo altogether, yet he never once told me the reason. As for what happened, you know, it was a time after becoming a magistrate of water here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion when I thought I couldn't let the family tradition of history die with me. They didn't complain about my job. Most of the positions' responsibilities had been replaced by machines anyway. My colleagues, while not the friendliest lot, had a little interest in political backstabbing. I had time on my hands, so I thought I would start with my family's history. But because the magic of water ranks was so low, where I felt like I had stumbled upon a thick fog, getting more lost with every step I took. I and my family didn't do anything wrong, but all the records I could find denounced us for our arrogance or abuses. I shocked the ones who were still alive, tried to ask them what they knew, but they couldn't get away fast enough when they learned I'm of the Chen family and the Chao generation. The few who were willing to see me said a bunch of apologetic words in officialese, but refused to tell anything about the truth of what happened. I spent 10 years on this until I even started to believe it myself that the House of Chen deserved what it got for mistreating the princess. But I know, and it wasn't true. What am I? What is the House of Chen? What were your dead parents? What is history? All I know is that history should be a record of the truth. That's what just means to me. Oh shit. As for the family history you wanted to know, to tell you the truth, my parents died when I was very young. I don't remember much about them. And Wei Yanwu was Wei Yanwu. It's hard for me to explain to people who my parents were. Sometimes I pass off the image of Wei Yanwu as my father just to make things simple. I don't ever remember my mother smiling, and I don't remember many positive things about my father. I just can't imagine how it feels to have your life determined entirely by other people. By those basic things like responsibility and honor. It's not fair to you, it's not fair to them. It's not fair and just to anyone. Someone once said to me that justice we seek is not in the past, but that doesn't mean we should forget about it. And the material that he has drawn 1,000 times in his mind. His face lit up by so. The reign of the Heartless is unfamiliar to one used to the sense of the frontier. Clouds hang low, suffocatingly so. The inner salt drifts away. You're the new commander of Human, I take it. You can call me Shua. My responsibility is to assist you in military matters, as well as confluence associates for the soldiers. I can take you around to the base if you'd like. You don't remember me? I saw your name in the Imperial Court's announcement. What do you mean by remember? Never mind. I don't need a guide. I've served in Human before. I see. Forgive my impudence. It seems we are old comrades. The memories tend to fade after all these years on the border. Forgive me if I've caused any offense. Memories faded. I see. Interesting. Get yourself warmed up. I want to spar. You have a long journey. You should rest. I'd be happy to spar with you another day. I don't need to rest. I want to get some exercise before dinner. We should go no further, General. The supply lines and the group's morale have been stretched to the limit. We cannot afford to be reckless when fighting demons. To push forward would be very risky. Okay. I mean, we knew about this, that the Yan and Ursus were the two countries fighting the demons. We're so close. It's already a remarkable victory, General. The demons of the north feed on their fear in men's hearts. This is the first time I've seen a general press on without fear, even with the entire army's fate upon your shoulders. There's nothing to fear. These things have harmed our people, ruined cities and farms, and I only wish we could have wiped them out in this battlefield. Give me 20 years, I swear I will see all the demons wiped out. I have no doubt you will, sir. But I think they're having to taunt you. What about you? Seem indomitable, invincible? Have you ever been afraid? Transfer. My appointment to Human was for 100 years. It's time to leave. And the Sir Regulator didn't tell me anything about the personal change. You're getting more and more out of line. Why are you leaving now? Trouble is stirring in the northwest. We need you more than ever. Perhaps our time together has made you forget. I've never held any official position in human. Where are you going? Danya, to meet you. I think I will be stepping away fully from my responsibilities. Why? Communications from the candle holders watching the Tomb of Sui have become increasingly frequent. Its awakening approaches. Not be appropriate for me to shoulder important responsibilities at this time. But human is strong and well equipped. It will perform its duty well, whether protecting Great Jan's northwestern border or other purposes. Where are you going after you leave? The jungle world is big. There are plenty of places to go. Port. Your scouts return. Not yet, sir. We have received no instructions from Baizo in the past 3 days. Sir Regulator should be communicating with human, regardless of what it is happening in the Tomb of Sui. Send out messengers. They're reporting their way in. Huh? What is the meaning of this? So it is most rare to invade my tent like this, even for the military supervisors out there. On whose orders are you operating? The Grand Commandant has sent me to question you on the unnecessary delay. Ridiculous. Human has been on full alert since it received the order to mobilize. There has been no delay. Have you forgotten that Human received orders to arrive at Baiza by the last day of July at the beginning of the year, but arrived 3 days late? What is this, if not a delay? Human was struck by a catastrophe at the beginning of the year, and the repairs took 2 months. The Imperial Court must have known. Silence. I take responsibility for Human's delay. Did you come to strip me of my command then? The general thinks highly of you, but it seems now that you do not trust the Grand Commandant. Such words are inappropriate for a solemn place like this. Kindly instruct Human to travel 20 li in the direction of the Tomb of Sui. Human surrender as close as is allowed to be under standby. Why should we approach any closer? The situation in the Tomb of Sui is yet unclear. Are you saying that Human should attack? Your duty is to obey. There is no need to question. What is His Imperial Majesty's will? Are you questioning your orders, General Lua? I cannot abide such questionable orders. If you will not accept your orders, then I must ask you to leave this stunt. How dare you? Stop! My presence here represents the will of the Grand Commandant. All you need to do is obey. Even if His Imperial Majesty questions, he can find no fault in your actions. The Bestial Sui is awakening. War is inevitable, and do you still intend to defy orders and paralyze Human with in action? We're at a crisis. The lives of millions of hinge in your decision, including your wife and son, who are still in Baizhou City. How dare you? Not us, you, General. According to the estimates of the Ministry of War, Baizhou will be doomed as long as you continue to defy orders and Human remains unmoving. There's no time to wait. We will wait here until you have come to a decision. We've never seen Zuela's mom yet. Does it look familiar? We get to see you again. It has changed, but it's still recognizable as the court that judges all matters under heaven. Why have you come back at this time, when you have not done so for so many years? I have an appointment I cannot miss. But you took the time to come to the Judicial Review Office. Did you want to see if your successors have disappointed you? My views are insignificant. The Judicial Review Office should only think about not disappointing the people of Yan. One of the deputy ministers resigned recently. It's a shame. You would have liked her. Lizzie. I hope she didn't resign because she was disappointed. Hard to say. Do you still play the Gukin? Never forget the 5 sounds, for that they are into your proper virtue. I have also been trying out new instruments recently. I see. More pleasant than studying in the laws of Yan, I expect. That is an interesting discipline. I read the basic principle of the laws of Yan that you left behind many times, but I could never understand the last third. I spent so much time studying it that I almost failed my Ministry of Justice entrance exam. Here I would have become a candle holder. It took many years for me to understand the justice that you wrote about the lay beyond the mortal realm. Just as one cannot draw what one has never seen, one cannot write about conscience that does not exist in their hearts. If justice is nowhere to be seen in the mortal realm, then one must consider has someone blinded our eyes. You still bear a grudge for what happened back then, should I not? Wow, that look. Should have not. God damn it. How about the people who died in the turmoil, the innocent souls who were dragged into the game? Should they bear a grudge against him? Yes, they should. And how do you seek a fair judgment for it? Forget. Not one law of Yan was written for the sole purpose of resolving hatred. It is someone else who should be judged. Looks like you're not worried about what will happen to your brother in the Tomb of Sui. You're more worried about the judgment he'll receive. Justice has never been concerned with life and death. He and I seek different things. You're right, but at times like this, I can't help but feel. Law and regulations were written by humans, but the supreme law in your heart that transcends the strife of the mortal realm may never be found there. But just this once, if the time comes that we put the sinner on trial, I will put you in the judge's chair. You're correct. It's been a long time since I've judged anyone. I take my leave. There's no rush, is there? Join me in a cup of mortal tea before you leave. Well, these are mortal hands and we can serve the best mortal tea after all. Oi, oi, oi. You're sitting down for tea with your disciple or someone related to you, but not with your brother. What the fuck, Jude? This guy remember was in his brain than I thought. That the sealed room on top of the forehead. How about someone knocks at the door and figures out how to open it? There's someone here. I think we're the first. There's one thing I don't quite understand, the ruler. If the Grand Commandant is after the Proxy's relic, I take it that he knows how to use it to neutralize the bestial sewage. He is one of the true Grand Ministers. If he made plans to obtain it, then he has certainly made plans to use it. I even find myself wondering if someone takes the opportunity to erase another Proxy's name with the writing knife while Wang is fighting Sui. What does all this have to do with the Wei Yanwu? The Grand Commandant wouldn't have needed the writing knife if he was that powerful. He would have gone into the Tomb of Sui and killed Sui with his own bare hands. What ideas do you have then? I don't really care about you and your official stuff, but I have a pretty good idea what's going on after listening to you guys talk. Basically, the Crown Prince who went missing 40 years ago after being suspected of staging a coup is back. Am I right? Do not speak of it so casually. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time arguing with you. Basically, there's another direct descendant of the true Long here in Baizhou that explains everything. What are you getting at? Have you never heard of the special engineers of Baizhou used to express with Sui? Miss Chen here is from Longmen, so it's understandable that she doesn't know, but you two should unless. You two should. Unless above your rank. What do you mean? The Earth's blessing have granted this stone to its people. The heaven's blessing shall bring an end to Sui. The legend associated with the Great Hunt, I thought it was a myth, but maybe some kind of allegory. What I know is that the Tomb of Sui was built around a special facility. Alright, I guess you don't know. What do you know? I guess Sergei left no record of who gave Yan this originium either. We know. We know. Oh, we are ready at all. Okay. It was our Grand Master, Ju's first friend. Ju's first friend, the fucking, no, the bowman, and the first Shanghai Zong. To be precise, it was a personal gift to the True Long. Meaning? Looks like the evacuation of the civilians is complete and the blades are beginning to separate. Time is short, we should retrieve. So you really made it here. Who's... I think you're present from the other side of the corridor. Reveal it. Who is it? For the love of God. All districts have been fully evacuated, Your Imperial Majesty, and all the ministries are ready. They await your command. Tomorrow, the day of the full moon. Yes, very well. Separate the plates. It's a shoe theme, I think. Heaven and earth rumble in the southern golden sun. I want to see the span out first. The Wizard Advisor begin to separate, starting from the outer areas, casting numerous shadows in their vast wilderness. They are the legs that carry the city, the foundation of its existence. Shanshu, Changji, Yanyu, Shangge. Wanfang, Baigu, Zaifu, Binge. Eight districts have seen 100 springs and autumns together. They have long been standing united, overcoming hardships. Now that they are separated, the future is uncertain. I was wondering when you would come. Your Imperial Majesty, it's time. So we go back to the past again. Yep, that needs to do. Now let's move the entire city into a nomadic platform. What the nomadic cities like it are popping across the land. The Skymere Pavilion has been expanded several times in order to accommodate the books and collected from afar and watch its forming in the years is a short time. Our family rarely saw one another. Shu and Ling remain on board. Jun is planning to move to Danyan after compiling the laws of Yan. Shu is living in Da Huang. Ji and He traveled far and wanted each of their own reasons, while Yan is as carefree as ever. Rumor has it that Fang has left Yanese territory, thus refuses to come out of her scroll. Meanwhile, the business at the used restaurant is booming, as it has been for decades. That's for a while. Fang has left Yanese territory. Did he want to Sargon? He shuts himself in an ancient temple and has remained there for 20 years to improve his Waiki skills. When will he be willing to see me again? Who is this one talking? Oh, Gia. Ew. Gia, the Imperial Historical Cabinet wants an update on the review of Gia King's local chronicles. Oops, you got me starting off. It's alright, I've already taken a look at the circular all this. Look at it and circle all these ships. Do you want to take another look? One did it. You really should get some rest. It's getting to you. I've been watching you work longer hours and sleep less year after year. All the local annals, the constructions chronicles, veritable records for the previous true long, ancient history textbooks for the academy. I feel overworked and all I do is organize the books for you. I've heard that the Ministry of Works requests have been dropping, and Shu's workload at Da Huang is no longer as heavy. But the burden on your shoulders doesn't even seem to get lighter. Gia? Huh? Sorry. Got distracted. Right, I guess I'm tired. I should set this work aside for now. Good. I want to go out for a walk in town. No, not today. I don't think I'm in the mood. But if you see anything interesting in town, bring some back for me. Candle holder Chun. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? I have an urgent letter for you. For me? From who? Someone had sent a letter to Serger, a regulator. The supervisor was shocked by its contents and forwarded it to His Majesty, as well as every candle holder who deals with the proxies directly. What is in this? I do not know. The supervisor's instructions to you are to be ready, but refrain from acting without permission. What's this? Framed a Mandarin for a crime he did not commit in order to cover up for one of his own kind. Met with other proxies in secret without the regulator's knowledge. The regulator suffered fire several months later, the cause of which is unknown. Claimed to kill the bestial Jew, but had in fact allowed it to leave the domain of Yan. Okay, so this is definitely Wang. He fought Shua. Jesus Christ. This is about Wang? Did Wang really do this? But there's no record in the Regulator's archives. You're still here? I have another message for a candle holder, Shun. Eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. We're heading on to break this character and it passes to someone. I don't get it. Why? She's been throwing her weight around, doing whatever she wants with the history books. And there is no one in Scout Neighborhood or the Imperial Star Cabinet who can stop her. It's becoming a real problem. The Cabinet has been neglected in her duties. She should be held responsible if Yana falls into chaos. The Cabinet turns around and sees to forget to leave quickly. Still unsettled, she picks up a scroll left on the shelf by the survey regulator. The Malaysian of this Canada and the Imperial Circle have her intentions are pure, but no one is able to check her power. People are just afraid, randomly. A true long attempts to eliminate Sui to neutralize the Jia threat, and Tomb of Sui was empty when it was opened. No one may oppose her. Review the livelihoods of every household in the land. Anyone who has committed fraudulent acts has their name erased and is exiled to the borders. Thousands die. It's not real, but it's true. She is not like that. Sarah visits the gate, she had the woman in the calico garb, but Chun wipes the cold sweat off her brow. Says, on her book of poems in her hand. Must be possessed. Yes, that's it. She's not like that. Or she will never become like that. Of course. Why not? She will change as her power continues to grow. She will become it. She doesn't want to become it. She's seeking your help. She does not want to become that. Anne is seeking your help. This ending is unacceptable to Anne. She cannot help but become more powerful, more terrible than the story beast itself. I don't like this. Of all the times you're going to die, not as something as fucking useless as this. You must help her. Only you can help her. I can't. You'll make the choice that is best for everyone. I see. Best for everyone. Wait, who was talking to me? She sees no one, the only echo of words ring in her ears. I see. Your Imperial Majesty. The young official walks into the magnificent hall. It is her first time here. The Supreme Sovereign is not sitting on a throne, but standing by the window and gazing out the drill outside. You are aware of the Grand Preceptor passed away yesterday. He was your teacher, and mine. He recommended you before he died. He said you were his proudest student, But you can be trusted with heavy responsibility. There were certain things I did not have time to ask him, so I have to ask you. I am listening, Your Majesty. 20 years ago, the Grand Priest opposed my decision to build the nomadic cities. That was an oppressive policy, and that my first priority should be to conserve and give the people relief. 20 years have passed, and some say that the Yan's borders are secure and its coffers rich. A golden age not seen in 1,000 years. Some may say the Great Yan is exhausted and its people discontent. Do you think I was wrong? I am but one person, and it's not my place to judge your Imperial Majesty. Are a wealthy merchant enjoying the luxurious life in a nomadic city? I said. And I said that you were a great and wise leader. Would you consider such compliment honest counsel? If I were a common peasant whose family died in the construction of projects and I called you a foolish tyrant with no merit whatsoever, would such criticism be fair and just? I asked your Majesty in turn. Is it the opinion of future generations that you are concerned about, or is it something else? Away with words. Very well. I don't expect you to dodge. Instead, give me a word of advice in your teacher's place. You once said that has stayed something with my entire life. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. Even an ordinary peasant has a hard time finding a fair and impartial judgment in the complex affairs of a lifetime, let alone your Majesty. There is no measure by which your deeds can be judged in your heart. However, I am sure that your conscience holds the true measure. In our own conscience we trust. What if my conscience told me that I have never been wrong? Then you would not have summoned me today. I would simply... Oh god, what is that? Why is something burning? Hear me. Okay. How can a party defeat a whole? Can one defeat the whole? How can one kill oneself and survive? But he saw the only way out for all of them. He will supplant it. Perhaps there will come a day when our strength exceeds it. Then we can truly break free of its influence and live as ourselves. As long as we don't forget who we are, of course. Justice is ready. All he faces are the broken remains of a slumbering mind. He must not lose this game. It's been a long time. The arrogant, the immovable I. Returning to this dark tomb for the first time in thousands of years brings back countless emotions. Anger, frustration, shame. As he steps inside, he feels himself chilled to the bone. But how? How could you have already awakened? Oh, it's a sword, but this would be screwed up. Getting rusty. Smith scratches her head in confusion and takes out another steel ingot from storage. Autumn is wet this year, it's suffocating. Something doesn't feel right. Oh, Jan. Good awakening. An angry cloud has appeared on the calm scroll. A crack of thunder leaves an ink trail in the white scroll looking sadly out of place. Countless of ink sprays appeared out of nowhere, scattering across the scroll, covering everything in its black ink. I didn't paint this. Go away. You had a long journey, Mr. Shua. Well, seek a quiet place where you can rest. I should not delay in reporting to Ministry of War. There has been an incident by His Magic commands that you are not to enter for the time being. Why? That's almost so. Fine, what have you done? Did the heart skip a beat, or did it beat twice in an instant? Or is it the vibration of the dramatic city from some sudden movement? Where was it? The scroll that was in the Proctor's hand is now on the ground. Wang? Gee. What is it? What is this? Wang, who gave you this? Someone said it to figure it where I had to report to His Majesty. There are rumors that the Imperial Guard is coming to the Skymere Pavilion. Finally. You work here. Why are you awake? I don't know. Your aura is almost identical to its own, but you've appeared in that hollow visage. Hollow visage, that is also yours. In any case, you're not awake. You're still in a dream. Of course I'm awake. You had awakened me centuries ago when you intruded upon my dream. You're bluffing. I would not be standing here if you were truly awake. You flexed in your dream and thought you had woken up. You, a mere dreamwalker, not yet awake, dare you call yourself awake? Dreamwalker? Very well. But all this a journey in a dream. Let's see those games you and your siblings play with those puny humans and your foolish, flawed presumptive plans, it believes me. You want to become the same as the humans, to become such fickle, puny creatures, in order to escape your fate. How pathetic, how laughable. You forget that these puny creatures defeated you and imprisoned you for 1,000 years. Does it matter if you're awake? You're a shadow, a reflection. I found them questioning its own shade. A reflection of inflicting water. Killing you will not be difficult. Is that so? The boxer turns around to look at the corridor that he just walked through but finds no path. Why are you afraid then? It took so long for you to get a chance to see me like this. If you're not afraid, why have you not torn me to pieces in your hatred? Pathetic, foolish. Watch your tongue. You really want to fight me to the death? Then come. Do what you're about. Do what you do best. We keep waterproof in front of Wang with a familiar crack on it. Without asking, the mysterious fellow take the white stones and goes first according to tradition. The first one is placed in Shanyan position, the center of the board. Where's more of the onion? Are you mocking me? You'll find out when the game has ended. Your turn. It's a black piece. The 19 by 19 board is intimately familiar to him. He has not tasted defeat in a long, long time. Yet it seems as though his opponent sees through his every move, every thought, every emotion. He's soon finds himself at a disadvantage, even though his opponent had forfeited the opening move. Possible. Why would it be? Do you not realize that all the intricate moves that you have pondered, all your puny stratagems, are no secrets to me? Because I am you. Giving up already? No, that won't do. You must finish the game. So be it. Let's just Ethan picks up another stone. Every move causes a splitting headache. Every move drains his spirit. The game is finally concluded after another 100 moves or so, with all endgame plays settled. Black wins by the slimmest of margins, half a point as the points are tallied. The player is exhausted at his last grasp. You lose. Again as ever. Giving aside that the child's play even counts, do you think this is the only game between us? The name of the game is Wang. May have won this round, but have you any idea how insignificant it is in the big picture? Step back, go there and look back and see if there is any meaning in these moves that took every last drop of your being. It's a swill one gets up and takes a few steps back. It's only a few steps, but the board that he has been seeing shrunk to a tiny piece. No matter how you flail, Dragon is no more than 1/12 of the game. Well, the twists and turns of your black pieces have not determined the outcome of a single corner. Why do you think you can make me concede? Wang forces himself to look. There's no longer... oh shit. It is no longer a 19 by 19 board, but 100 of lines vertical across, and the game poured his heart and soul to just win by a hair looks utterly insignificant on the vast board. Countless white pieces, as many as there are stars in the sky, lie beyond the board, which itself seems endless. There's no room to intervene in their formation, as immutable as soy anger and contempt, which have simmered for 1,000 years. You planned this. Of course I planned this. This plan began to take form in my countless dreams ever since you glimpsed into my mind centuries ago. A white should begin to lay the pieces around you quietly, unbeknownst to you. What have you done? We had a note of. But you did not finish. He finished for you. What you did not do, you did it in your image. He made you wary of humans, and the humans wary of you, forcing you and your kind to return here, the source of your immortality for centuries. Why do you care that we live? As long as I live, you will always have a choice. The last thing that Jan wants to see to return to my conscience is to return to my conscience and destroy everything that was built upon the Great Hunt. As long as you live, I will never regain my full strength that will allow me to break my shackles. Our lives are too intertwined for peace to be a possibility, yet you would seek peace with the humans. Jan would not abide me, who almost became their god. Why would they abide you when you replace me? You are not worthy to play at this board. I will take your life and the lives of your siblings. Vanish now as your inevitable fate. Okay. Okay. What is it a family member like for beings like you and me? But yes, but I have to open my wounds. Yes, asking for herself and for Wang. If losing a loved one is merely a little speck of sorrow in a long life, then she will choose death and leave the insignificant sorrow to Wang, and become a loss that stings a little from time to time for her siblings. If the pain of losing a loved one is still so tragic to your one party, those with lifespans far beyond ordinary mortal, then she will choose to bear the unbearable pain and the burden of those left behind, seeing the task of limiting story through the end. An immortal being facing the possibility of losing a family forever for the first time. Though she has written about meetings and partings in innumerable times, finding no other measure to judge by, she can only rely on Chun to make a decision. She only has to tell the truth. That the pain of losing a loved one does not heal so easily, even after decades, after centuries. That death is a liberation and life is pain. Which way it scales steps is obvious. It was best for Wang to let him go, that Jia should remain and feel the pain that lingers. Wang weeps the death that he sold while Jia remains. It is how things should be. That Jia would cautiously advance the cause of eliminating Sui, without crossing the line as Wang did, incurring the wrath of the True Long when the Sui regulator received an anonymous tip. But eliminate the great evil before dealing with the culprit. There is no one in heaven here to stop her. It's becoming a real problem. She should be held responsible for this. That is not right. She seems to remember that none of the speakers had faces. Something is not right. That is false, fabricated, designated to drive a pretended California proxy, turn them against each other. But it is not a fact that GS power is growing. She will become more powerful, more tribal than the Sui beast itself. She cannot help it. I must help her. I must do my duty. surge in her chest. One belongs to her, the other those races people. Also, to a that does not want to give a proxy complete control over history. Sandor was the most difficult person to control because of her long lifespan. She would understand the monster that Gia would become because of her interest in history. She would lose her hard-earned home if she betrayed Great Jan, because she has nowhere to go. Is that why? She feels the crushing weight of her burden. A rumbling sound fills her mind, and she cannot think. It was due her duty to Yan, to her duty as Count, who by chance she has seen Gia at her most fragile. She must let the great people take the culprit's place. It would be best for the proxies, even Yan would lose a reason to wage war on them. My mother, when she passed, I felt very little. Pain tore you apart. I felt as though the death of my mother left a hole in my heart, made me mine. Made me find something new to fill it. I cried when I buried her, but that was it. I stopped crying very soon. Our journey is a long one. We'll find new things, meet new people that will soothe the temporary pain. Your life is too long, the lasting things to fear. When we lose them, they leave behind voids that can never be filled, wounds that never heal. I hardly even think of my mother anymore because I have you. I have other friends. This is a very obvious lie, but Gia is going to agree, regardless. I see. Your loved ones appear in your dreams, they come to you. The pain gets your heart when you hear songs like the melodies that she once hummed. There's nowhere to run. I'm with you, I'm happy. She barely managed to utter those last few words. So great was her urge to throw up, she could hardly breathe. She dares not look into the proxy's eyes. She fears that the one before her would be blinded by her words and truly believe that loss is something that can be soothed by time. She fears that the one before her would use for her lies, see her violence and despise her. She fears herself for saying those words. I see. Thank you. You're a good candle holder. The mark in the candle holder's chest suddenly clears, so there's only an empty hole there now. Wind blows through the hole and speaks in her voice. Yeah. It was a cruel question, but I asked because my heart was in turmoil. On second thought, I would likely have made the same decision whether I asked the question or not. I regretted it as soon as I asked. If you're smart, you would have realized that I was forcing my candle holder to choose my death or rags. I should have made you do this. You didn't say anything about yourself. You chose to communicate Great Jan's will to me. That is all. Death is an adventure that is unique for everyone. There's no previous experience to draw from. We must each walk our own path. Yeah, she realized. But this is how she does. All kinds of needed to be edited are on my desks. Take them to the survey regulator when you have time. But the hole in her chest continues to sob. A sound that only she can hear. Finally, she forces a few powerful wireless words from her chest. We're going. Take care. Something happened to Wang. You can hear it, can't you? Wait. Enter the tomb of Sui. When? 2 hours ago. We can talk about the rule breaking later. The court clearly wants to exclude us, and time is short. What is your plan? I'm going to help Wang. Go with you. No. Why? Ian and I will take care of this. Are you sure? I am sure. Ian and I have been making plans to eliminate Sui. There's no time to explain the plan right now. Your presence will not help. It will only increase the risk. Besides, there's something I must ask you to do. Take care of this shredding knife. Your power should be able to preserve it. What are you planning? How bad have things have gotten? It will not awaken. Not yet, I can promise you this, and so can I. But you, someone will come back. Either you or him. I'm coming with you. No, June. I truly mean no offense. I need to entrust this shredding knife to the keeping of someone who is absolutely just and impartial. If someone with an ill intent gets their hands on it, it will do far more damage than the death of a single proxy. I thought about destroying it, and in the end, I felt like it was worth preserving. The wrongs of the past should be righted, though I do not know at what price. Perhaps the writing knife will be of help to you or to Yan. Until the day comes when no one can use it anymore. Be like this, June? Maybe I'll come back. With a while. Then we'll go together to eat at tea. Use and listen to you sing. And if I never return, there's a long road ahead of you. Them. She won't. How are those who come after they pick this life? One that seems too long for others to comprehend, yet far too hurried for herself. Or the other siblings react when they read those pages. Now there will be no record of her, she knows it, yep. For the siblings, she is the one who has spent the most time with Wang. She has given Wang ideas for his plans, helped him calculate the conditions and timing for Sui's elimination. She can guess what is happening in the tomb of Sui. The clear and distinct heartbeat has already told the full story. There's no other way. She must use her powers to erase the name. She has spent much more time in the mortal realm than ordinary people. Everyone dies. It is precisely the cycle of life and death that made possible the innumerable ways of life that have fascinated her, as well as her siblings. But if death is such an unremarkable thing, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, what is the living, truly? Light from the setting sun pours into the room upon the countless history tomes, as though relentless pouring through traces of the past. Running the scrolls was written with tears of blood, but the only thing written on the last page is the word regret. Raised by the window. She does not walk towards the sunlight. She leaves the room into the darkness of the tomb. No words need to be said. Wang knows it. It is a fragment. It has retrieved from his own memory. An image that he has never forgotten for even a moment in the last 120 years. He lies exhausted on the ground. 100 white pieces on the board have turned into blades that impale his chest. And he is slowly inundated by the pure white. Into the golden light surrounds him. Sorry. Wait for me. Wait, come back. For you to come back. It was the other side of the dream, a place that should have not been able to touch. But she seems to notice him and turns around to look at him. The light gushes from behind her, surrounding the figure, swallowing it, dissolving it, sweeping away the dream realm and revealing the true face of this place. Just to confirm, pretty sure that was the A7 after. So what did she erase? Ah, fuck. At ease. No need to be too uptight. Your first day on the job. Better that you maintain your youthful energy. You know where we are, Zola? On the peaks was the beast quartered and killed. This was the battlefield where we killed Fetterwood during the Great Hunt. But this is also where countless soldiers and civilians lost their lives, where living, breathing people faded into a graveyard of lines of cold numbers between the pages. You realize something that many candle holders older than you do not. Share the fire that drives out the shadow of the Fetterwood. Travel amongst the people to learn their troubles. It was the first candle holder holding the torch that discovered the existence of the Fetterwoods. That made possible the war with the gods which secured Jan's future. Even today, the existence of Fetterwoods is only known to a select few. Which makes it all the more important that the candle holder's fire remains brightly lit. Shadow falls. This is also a lie. Definitely helped Jan's future, but it was never needed. I'll do my utmost to protect the people. I'm glad to see your resolve, but let me ask you again, what are the Fetterwoods in your eyes? What are the proxies who live amongst us within the season, on whom we keep constant watch? The hearts of the people are fickle, the hearts of beasts even more so. Perhaps some of amongst them have once aided Jan, be it out of whim or true sincerity. But weighing the pros and cons, ultimately they are different from us. They are enemies. Enemies, you say. Enemies. Supervisor, what are you doing here? She's the supervisor, I see. And she's the head of the sewer regulator this whole time now. I guess you wouldn't mind to ask, where have you taken a token from regarding what is straight after the application was completed? Something was not right at the something was not right at the sewer regulator. Yep, guys, we're running amok in the Skymirror Pavilion. I wanted to wait for the situation to settle down before seeking your counsel. Also, this is the fastest NPC redesign ever. It happened in one story. But it also makes sense because it's a different time. Wow. I have heard that it was not the usual jade wool that was retrieved from the garden of Gadgets. Just curious. This year, I will bring it back to the sewer regulator for further investigation. Acting on subconscious instincts, Zuele finds himself taking a step back from his familiar superior. My, I did not think that there would become a day when candle holder Zuo defied his orders. Cut the crap, you're Chun, head of the Star Regulator. A Shanghai Zong member of the Skymere Pavilion, a highly ranked one too. Judging from your attire, under the normal circumstances, the patrol battalion would have faced several penalties. And this is Lady Chun. Here's the last boss. Though I am unworthy of this position, that is my duty. What are you doing here, waiting for us to walk into a trap? Unfortunately, it's not you that I am waiting for. Hand over the token, Zuele, and you may leave with your friends. We can discuss your association with undesirable elements later. Frustration. I thought you would tell him to take me into the spot to make up for his transgressions. We are in the courts of Yan, not some bandit camp. Fine enough for you to stay. Who was it to encourage Jia to enter the tomb of Sui so that more dangerous proxy for Yan would die in Wang's place, catapulting her own career in the process? Yan would be ashamed to have a descendant like you. Wait, this really is not like that. Really? Managed to become a supervisor soon after Jia's death. Only a thief sees thieves everywhere. Keep your mouth shut, for you're not worthy to speak. The Imperial Court of Yan does not pause or waver for any person or thing. All that it does is measured against the interests of Great Yan. Just of Great Yan. Very well, I will give you 3 minutes in consideration of the rest of that loser. That's really grants retrieved its object from the Great Garden series. There's someone I'm waiting for. Anyway, ask your questions that leave the token and leave this place. Waiting for someone. Yes, waiting for someone. Is it the proxy who holds the key? Why do you say that? Kites run rampant through Baiza, but Zuele is the only one who is trying to tackle the script guys at the source. On no orders at that. The LGD was never so negligent, even when Wei Yanwu oversight was at its laxest. The first thing you asked about when you saw Zuele was not the script guys, but the token from the Guardian Token 6 series. You seem to care nothing for your responsibilities. Right. You do the LGD proud, Superintendent. Why are you assisting your Grand Commandant's plot? What do you plan to do with Wei Yanwu, or have you already joined forces with him? But I have been excellent officer of the law, Lady Shen, but it's not your place to intervene in a matter of national interest. I've been to places and seen things. There's no need for grandiose words. If your plot is indeed in the interest of the nation, you should feel no shame in saying it out loud. Only those involved in politics squabble, keep up the national interest when questioned, putting around the bush and deflecting the question. Please be careful with your words, Lady Chen. The matters of state are complex and interconnected, and it's not unusual for officials to have differing views. Your words insult all who serve the state. For 1,000 of years, the Surveyor has had one mission and one to do. What is best for Yan and in matters pertaining to the Arknights? Nothing else matters to us. Even if the Grand Commander's actions are indeed drastic, extraordinary time calls for extraordinary measures. The use of the writing knife does not constitute treason. Then what is he planning? At this point, I doubt this damn old elf is gonna talk, so I'll just talking for. Because I suspect the Grand Commander wants us to rewrite history with their writing knife, completely eliminate the bestial Sui. Christ is the True Long's life. Why does the True Long's life have to do with destroying the Arknight? We were just talking about it before we were interrupted. 7 years ago, the Grandmaster discovered a piece of originium that he presented to the True Long as a weapon that can end the Great Hunt. Realizing its importance, True Long had his Fang Shi perform a ritual that linked it to the True Long's bloodline. Henceforth, the power of originium not only be harnessed by the reigning True Long, that the True Long had a bit of conscience. At least, and he set the condition in the ritual, probably to prevent his descendants from abusing it. The full power of the regime can only be unleashed by sacrificing the life of the true long, hence it was given the name Buffoon. No rebellion. But does a true long's life to be sacrificed really have to be the Emperor's? Why did the Grand Commandant go to such painstaking lengths to obtain life, if his goal was merely a coup? Does his writing knife to change the record who the current true long is? The Grand Preceptor incited the Prince to regicide. This whole thing. What is the truth of what happened that night? Who sent the Yulin Guard away? Who actually entered the Emperor's chambers? These things are not specified in this. Therefore, the records of what happened that night can still be rewritten using the writing knife. If the history books and Bufan recognizes Lord Wei as the reigning True Long, then the life of the True Long is obviously refers to Lord Wei's life. I had thought that you were young and that thought you may have strayed from the righteous path. You should have been a chance to right your wrongs. Regrettably, it seems I cannot allow you to live. Holy shit. Now, putting on a show of honesty and upright to send more army. Advisor? And over the tokens, Willie, whatever happens after that is none of your concern. What if what you says is true? Then I voice my dissent to your methods override. I cannot comply. I don't want to damage the Discovery Pavilion. Don't make me do this. You're talking to the wrong person. I have the token. Ah. Never engaged. Only for Moi to step forward and block Chun's attack. So the supervisor of the secretary is not above sneak attacks, like a thief. One can be subtle and reserved with words, but action must be decisive and without hesitation. It is true in the wiki as it's with all things in life. Sorry. I've read about the writing knife in the past, and GS says it can indeed illustrate certain great influence. But we are not proxies. Our tempered historical records will never injure. An instant is all it takes to activate. Besides, after this, there will no longer be a disgraced disposed crown of Prince Yan. Only a pure true long whose legitimacy is beyond question. That right? That is not the regulator's concern. Since her death, Great Yan's history is already in tatters. One more change can hardly make a difference. Man, I feel bad for this person now. How can you be so sure that we cannot record history truthfully? Can't tell you yet. Much of the water of the Skymare Pavilion. For many years you assisted Gia in compiling history in her office. Why is it that you have now turned into tampering with history? The records of Rihanna are classified into 4 parts: classic history, philosophy, and literature. The divisions of history and philosophy may seem distinct, but even the masterwork of the one veneered as the saint of history was merely a personal treatise within philosophy. Venerated. Those who follow, modeling their brushes after his style, produce what is ultimately but the statement of a single house, the House of Yuan. Those writings are no more than comments after the fact. The truth has long faded to cracks of time. How could you say that? You must have read the saints of history's note. Despite imprisonment and torture, he always wrote the facts as they were and exposed injustice. You must have read the history tomes of the Skymare Pavilion written by the thousands of sages who poured their hearts and souls into them, striving to set the record straight, where every word in judgment of right and wrong. I've heard of unofficial historians meticulously investigating and analyzing their sources, coveting not the court's wealth and rank, but striving only to uphold justice for the common people. I saw with my own eyes the elders of my family dying in white fields of snow because they wanted to write down the truth, nay, because they were honest to themselves. These people who wrote history with their own flesh and blood. If only this was true. Who willingly became the flame to illuminate the truth even for a moment. Who are they to provide it? They are the writers. True and false, right and wrong, these things always depend on the stance of the writer. Words from Gia. Rather than on what is actually read. You ought to know even the revisions of countless esteemed scholars, the stories we read are still rife with embellishments, omissions, and lies. Because we killed Gia. The ironic thing is, we could not even call such things evil. Pearl leaves make a sharp sound against each other, clashing ligament. Stand back, Chen Xiaoxi, and you are neither a candle holder nor Shanghai Zong nor a niece of the post-crown prince. This is not your fight. Did the Imperial Sword Cabinet truly take up responsibility for writing history after her passing? Did the Skyward Pavilion truly fulfill its duty of righting the wrongs? We're the son of the historians. If you take up their mantle, can you truly guarantee that every word will be true for all eternity? No, you dare not shoulder this responsibility. I know about you. You wanted to change the Skyward Pavilion culture's obsession with the analysis of ancient history while neglecting recent history. That's why you took up a manor position with the Skyward Pavilion, hoping to lead by example by studying your family's history. Decades, centuries, millennia. How could you claim to speak for history when you have not borne witness to time on such scale that she knew? Stand back. The maple leaves sharpen. Yeah. She still regrets every day. And is just focusing on killing Shu. Or not Shu, sorry. Sui. He's just unconscious. She'll wake up in a couple of hours. There's no need for her sink to any deeper into this mire. She's but an unfortunate ordinary woman. She shouldn't have to be like you. Or like me. I'll stay a long time. You do. You don't believe in history or in lasting justice in people's hearts because the one who had walked side by side with you on the long road of time died because of you? This question is not yours to ask, Chen. As an elf, you don't know where you came from, whether there are any of your kind left, or whether there will be ever home for you. Your past and present and future belongs to Yan. And that involves tossing your fellows into the abyss. Having her die in Wang's place was the appropriate decision under the circumstances. This is beyond all doubt. Compiling history, recording the passage of time. Have you any idea of the power of these years, the power of time? The beast walks with the generous earth. She had gone one step further. Her power was written in words and lived in history. As long as the records of Yan continued, her power would continue to grow without end. How is that a problem? What's the problem with her power? If left unchecked, what sort of monster would become great in the end? It would be something even more powerful, even more terrible than the Sui itself. She was my mentor, my confidant, my friend, but I could not endanger Great Chan with my own selfish interests. I've seen people like you, people who abandon their friends, but long to see them again in dreams, in order to beg forgiveness. Yep, Chan exposing it. Yes, what would you do if there was a way to see her again? Wang did not go into the pursuit for the sole purpose of eliminating Sui. The object that he had retrieved from the corner surely has something to do with his deranged plan to bring the dead back to life. I'm surprised. I thought you got along well with her when you were her candle holder. Is there a part of you somewhere that wants this plan to succeed? He already failed 120 years ago. He will fail again. Allowing him to on this reckless path will only lead to more disaster. How could I trust a madman who dreams of heaven and earth as his waking board and all lives and souls as his peace? Not as just a sinner who has caused the death of his sister. Actually, you should be trusting a wakey player to save his own board. How can I trust your obsession? I don't know. Because like you, he walked this land, lived in resistance, and vowed to become human. Become part of this land and those who lived upon it. Human. Humans are humans because they live and die. This is why they shine as the candle's fleeting glow. She has lived and she has died. Wang Six has served the slumber of the dead, in defiance of the laws of the heaven. Even if his delusion somehow came true, how can you be so sure that it is departed herself, certainly not a geist? A hollow puppet that only carries her image. You just don't want to believe. Things seldom go the way people want. The outcome may not be exactly what we want, but to be shackled by regret and not even having the courage to take a single step. That is literally gonna say the same thing. Cowardice. You have a weird agenda, but I don't see how you intend to carry out the justice you speak of. We're using Chapter 2, Chapter 1 music. This is Longman theme. The Sogan and Key and I'm only here for them. Continue to play games with words and I will crush your dealing with them. But legitimately though, you are a sad, sad person. Someone fucking help her. Juzula, I apologize, but I must cause offense. Sustain your ink gets stained. You have made some good friends. Got the first. I am also a woman and I have no interest in admiring Chisha, but it would be a shame if her sword ruins the collection of the Skymere Rebellion. But you're not confident. I'm not taking the token from me. Gotcha. Massive hands. How does the book go anyway? I remember. And it's autumn. This is perfect. Metal's nature is change. Pretty well learned. I wouldn't be surprised if I know yin yang and the 5 elements better than someone who's forgotten her roots. Well, it's your turn. Yeah, I suppose back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In between them, all you need is razor sharp autumn winds tangling with the vines. Huh. Just, I don't know where she is. Utterly impassive, as though she is watching far as she is becoming increasingly bored with. With her back's almost touching the closed door. Fighting on an autumn wind, the sword ore sweeps away all the vines. Elf looks surprised for a brief moment. Then dried leaves, sharp razors fly out from the vines towards the trio. As a spell, but leaves cut their clothes and bags open. The token that has slumbered since it was retrieved from the gunner's just falls to the ground. It is a geist. It is indeed a geist. The Wiki player had taken so his wildest imagination forgot about his face and hollowed out the interior, leaving only the gleaming exterior. The memories of his siblings were then injected to create this object. Made out of glass-like substance, the tiny geist lies immobile in the ground for a while. It seems to go ethereal. It awakens. It does not seem to feel pain, or perhaps the pain was overcome by the urge to return to this familiar place. She begins to stumble towards the door. It's impossible. All it takes is a single thought from the elf and the churning vines could the object to smithereens, but Chun cannot bring herself to do it, because she truly does see a familiar figure in it. The object touches the door and it is though And it's as though a dream that has slumbered for 100 years is suddenly awakened by an intruder. Falling dust forms a thousand golden threads drifting in the air. In the setting sun, the sliver of life force ripples. All breath are held as they see the trail figure that the light and the shadow in this falling dust. Ending 2. Specifically, we were looking for a memory of GA 6. It is very indistinct. The only clear feature is the grey robe, like paper that has grown yellow from the passage of time, but still smelling faintly of old books and dried ink. Open slowly. How do you get in if you give me the key? Why should the master of the house need a key? The shadow bends slightly as though trying to pick up the cracked scroll desk. Or perhaps it's walking towards the window to open this sash closed for so long. See if this mantis that was young back then has bloomed this year. But her movement ultimately refuses between dawn and undone. Faint wisp of melancholy suspended sunset. Put this scroll on the shelf by the wall, leave that document on the desk. It's not yet finished. Ending from dusk, I should find a good place to hang it. Why do I have to do this chores for you? Oh. And said her candle just even helps her put together mahjong games. Desk, chairs, scrolls, every object in the room breathe with a shadow. They are her old friends. The reason they never left. As wind blows through the room, the guest falls asleep and the shadow dissipates like a drop of ink. It wasn't water, leaving behind only that which is the real shadow of a dust. The sun shining to an empty room. She would not accept, yet there is a single question that she could never answer. What else could it be? Who else could it be? It's not even noticed that Brent bears with a proxy. One who is very much flesh and blood. She continues to stand at the same spot, staring in this direction where the shadow disappeared. Him, as you asked, but it seems she no longer have anything to say to me. It's her. It's really her. I never thought I didn't think there was any trace of her existence left. There was one. We have the knife. There's no doubt about it. It is a sliver of her life force, which those young people retrieve from the Swiss garden. Ending 2, yes. As for traces of her existence, they are in the books of the Skyrim Road and countless scholars across the land of Yan. Now, do you still believe that everything we siblings have done since Gia's disappearance is futile, Candleholder Tune? If we can still find trace of her somewhere, tell her. She turns around and slowly walks towards the exit, fighting the urge to look back at everything. Coward! For the love of God! She's not past yet, she brings her the most. I know you don't deserve forgiveness, but at least try. I did not know that Wang's obsession was this paranoid, yet so deep. I saw you at the city gates, and we meet again. Or Jun? Thank you for protecting her, Token. Lady Jun, no Master Jun. I heard you were a close friend of the Grandmasters, and I have long heard heard your name spoken of with reference. It is an honor to meet you. Don't try to curry favor with me. I'm not even sure if I had been born at the time of the old carpenter's death. I'm glad to see that someone still remembers his views after 1,000 years have passed. What did you do? But did you do what you did at Mangshan Town out of desire for peace or out of your own bitter cynicism? You really need me to tell you. The old chance you gave you opportunity to make up for your transgressions. Have you done so? Oh, granted, but her voice naturally begets respect. I've long heard about the second Sui sisters' unapproachable nature. I got to witness it. There's always hope for those who learn from their mistakes. Dole. Academy Shanjun. Words cannot express my gratitude for you bringing back the silver of GS Life Force for our family will remember the favor and repay it when the time is right. I'm simply doing my duties. Candle the supervisor lost her composure, but the candle or the regulator remains lit. She was trapped between the greater good and personal desire, and was eventually crushed by her own obsessions. Let's not repeat her mistake. When the time comes for you to take on great responsibility. Me? Now, though it's more useful for you to go outside than to stay here and look at the relics of the past, take this girl too and put her somewhere safe downstairs. It is late autumn and the floor is cold. I trust you will handle the matter the writing knife properly. The Bishan June. Of course. One more request if I may. She has turned back into a small, quiet doll, perhaps exhausted from the actions she had just performed. You know that this guise was formed by the last spec of GS Life Force. Mine drew you into the game and had you retrieve this object so that you could deliver it here and allow it to recuperate in preparation for her return. But consider it a burst of sentimentality from a reunion with someone long thought lost. Please deliver it to the tomb of Sui. The future is yet unsettled. Our family will gather outside the tomb. I do not know that they will come when Gia returns, but if Wang sees it as Gia's foundation, she should be there for this meeting. Wang is in the tomb and I must help him. There will be a battle. Carrying this object would be unsafe and perhaps cause delay. Give it to me. I'll see you done. Name of Zushi. Thank you. June? You block the attack against me at the gate and protect Gia's legacy. Has chivalry become a habit of yours? Of justice. What is justice? Justice is making sure that the Wei-Yin does not die an unjust death and giving the old case a proper trial. Justice is bringing closure to all that has happened between mother and father, between the Imperial family. I have seen so much suffering in my journeys. This land has been too kind to me. I wield my justice for the sake of others. Very well. I can't help you with the justice you seek, but perhaps her relic can. I mean, the writing knife. Take it. The justice you seek is closely linked to the incident 40 years ago. You are the only one whom I can entrust this knife, who can right the wrongs for your family. There should be closure to the matters of the Chen family, Lord Wei's decision, and the thousands of years of records for the land of which she once lived and breathed. These were the hopes that she placed upon the knife. The history of Grey Jan should be written by the Yanese people. Come with me. I did notice this on her art. I'm like, she's holding that knife. See if I can old by Chinsway walks through the room that has not changed one bit in the past century. Everything is familiar, no one has touched it for hundreds of years. It's been a while. The writing knife has resurfaced, but it is no longer in your hands. If I have entrusted it to the wrong person, I will shoulder the responsibility for any consequences on your behalf. Ken's palm closes around the knife. Her fingertips tremble, as if the weight of 1,000 books is upon her heart. She has given her all wholeheartedly and sacrificed herself selflessly. Now everything has come together as appointed. She clutches the writing knife. In her eyes, something sinks, and something else burns bright. It is the weight of an era and a reunion that knife has long awaited. Hope. Not disappoint. Not disappoint. These guys are appeared out of nowhere. The annals of Mangshan Town record that similar scenes of rampaging guys were spotted during the turmoil caused by the Sui 120 years ago, which is the bestial Sui awakening. What the hell, I guess it's happened after all. Number 2. You fool, why are you dilly-lying? How many times do I have to bail you out? Thinking in. What are your sections? This is where the guys are more swampant. Must not be allowed to enter Baijiao. You and I will guard this pass. Do not let a single guy through. Yes, master. I get here, girl. Look lively. Treat this as your entrance exam. Pass at this and I'll take you as my student. Then you can make your old teacher call you master. What in there? Thing I can help with. Well, what could you do? Watch my moves and record them, then you can show them to your teacher and to use better. You're the one who was in a hurry. Rather but give it to me, I'll deliver it. In your dreams. Rocket, do you think about how we're supposed to enter the Sui when we arrived? Explain to the soldiers guarding the tomb and ask them to let us through. Right, and how do you plan to explain where you got that thing you're holding? Or maybe find a way to sneak in. Your brain really is made entirely of food, isn't it? Do you have an idea then? If we can't get inside the Tomb of Sui, we'll find someone who can. You mean? The thing you promised me? Hand it over. Tia. This is what I'm curious to. Since when did you actually learn Chisha? Forbidden City just ahead. You should be heavily guarded if the God Commandant really intends to sacrifice Wei Yenu's life. If there are guards stationed at all important intersections in the city, it should not be hard to detect unusual movements by a large force. What is that? Chen stops in her tracks. She sees a figure. A very familiar one. Uncle. Where is she? You should have not come. Out. This must even come from just how many of them are there? They don't even seem to be decreasing. In fact, there's more of them now. Where last night the 3rd Battalion in the Northeast lost half their numbers. What? Have you not noticed? I don't know when it started, but these mysterious monsters are looking even more realistic than they did. More aggressive to boot. Is that Tamade? Back up. And die straight if this keeps up. Oh. Uh-oh. Ah, the rail gotcha gold. Stand up. Stop hold units to guard the land. All units form a line and prepare to meet the enemy. There is no retreat until we annihilate all evil inside the city. I find myself uncertain what the gun commander wants this done in haste. I know not what your majesty awaits, and also what your majesty has planned for the day. That is none of your business. Your majesty's silence only keeps this servant guessing. Should your imperial majesty truly risk your sacred person to activate Bufan to settle the crisis within the Tomb of Sui? I know not whose slander your majesty has heard to resort to such an ill-advised course. With no counsel offered, I am I not capable of making my own decision. 40 years ago, when your majesty ascended the throne, it was the Grand Tutor who and I who went with you to serve the Buffon. I still remember following our visit to the remote room. 3 whole days came, and without a single court session. To this day, I remain unaware of your majesty's thoughts at the time. I remember that as well, but now I longer fear the great commandant there guiding me, so perhaps I shall share. I was only thinking in the unsettling your history with this object, not even once has there been a single Chulon who used it. If Great Jan were first to use Bufan while I sat the throne, did that become the weakest ruler in our history? If you would grant me presumptuous questions, if your Imperial Majesty were to help us exercise yourself for the nation, how would it be run by subsequently? Is there a cause for worry? Is my replacement not already in Baizhou as we speak? The Mandarins would be unsatisfied if the deposed Imperial heir again were to take the throne, and the country would descend into chaos. And what will happen then? The fault will lie on the Mandarin's shoulders. I only wish for your majesties to abandon this thought. Ridiculous. You know well I am no match for the late emperor whom you so admired. Why not accept and anticipate my brother's imminent ascension to the throne? There, where he will be able to realize your ambitions. Why trouble yourself to persuade me? The old man suddenly turned up, his trembling voice nearly hoarse. The man on the throne seemed to have forgotten when he last saw the old man this agitated. For the past 40 years I have witnessed your majesty toil tirelessly to grow our country. Not even once did you slacken from your imperial duties. In those years, Great Jan has enjoyed stability, our population swelled, and the treasury remains full. Has there been an era in our history even more prosperous than this one? Or an emperor that more capable and benevolent than the one we have now? And yet your majesty is content to idly watch as our nation golden age vanish into a night during this turbulent time. An urgent message from the Sacred, a strong energy wave has been reported from the depths of the Tomb of Sui, far stronger than a wave 120 years ago. And how far the troops and civilians? Under control at the moment. Baizhou's peripheral blocks moved away before the energy blast, and non-mobile settlements nearby have also been largely evacuated. Damage is minor. Mount Man has suffered more damage, but the Yankees are at the post, and Garden of Research is still pressing sway. There are guys running amok in the city, and the Imperial Guards are cooperating with the Patrol Battalion to establish a defense line. But they're all... I see. Here we go. And behind the curtain, Trulang rises from his throne and descends steps into next to the older man. About time. You may withdraw, Captain Commandant. Battlefronts of Baizhou and Human await your commands. For the sake of Yan, is your Majesty truly unaware why I strongly so advocate for war? Do you still remember why the court came up with the 28 policies? Victoria Lithania Gazel is the whole great land is plagued by unrest, great genocide. We are now in a troubled peril that the nation cannot afford to be passive. You must proactively seek change. Has your Majesty not learned from what happened in Ursus? Chamber of Heaven Designs has yet to figure out what sort of power managed to wipe out our Originium vein. If the Crystal Age truly ends with the completion of every prime vein, the Great Yan must take the responsibility and prepare to lead all of Terra. Attack Ursus in the north, repel Victoria in the west, and pacify Mitsukue and Urshigawa in the east. Higashi. And settle Rumbeton to the south. Furthermore, we must keep a close eye on Columbia's development as well as possible naval incursions from Asia's own sea. For all of that, while Great Yan stands at the highest of its power, we must seize the chance in this fight against the bestial Suits people with decades of weakness hiding under peace and prosperity. Only then will we manage to stand tall in a chaotic realm undeterred for the next millennium. But earlier you spoke of what befell Ursus and what makes me wonder. Do you remember what happened to Goal? Well, Your Majesty, your words were incisive. Yes, Great Yan should seek change, and must change. But the way I see it, compared to the lives we must lose to this war with the bestial Sui, what do we need is even less is a true long past his prime, and this power accessible only to the true long for the past 1,000 years. If we talk to Great Yan's richer, then I must say my outlook is indeed better than yours, Grand Commandant. Because Great Yan this past 40 years lack for loyal and righteous men. Your Grand Preceptor, Shang, Gukon, the Grand Tutor, and yourself. My officials are loyal, my soldiers are fearless, my people are principled. Where is this weakness hiding under peace and prosperity you speak of? As for the future mentioned, you can take a look at my stud. The haunt of my ancestors' days, the remnants of the bestial Sui plaguing Yan for 1,000 years, should have been with me. If we must inevitably spill some blood, then the true long should be the first one to spill it. After a short shot as True Long walks to the doors, it has been a long time since he stepped out of this place. Only an old man remains in the past. Send word to human, it is time to make a move. After beat already, he disconnects the terminal and slowly walks forward. He's stopping before the throne, closing his eyes and staying in his spot as if waiting for something. Until a cough, he can no longer suppress bursts from his throat. The cough is so violent he bends over, has to grab onto the throne for support. The fuck? What's wrong with this man? There must be something more, right? You're not just the typical war-hungry motherfucker. What's the point of all this? In the end, so you were here. You don't seem surprised at all to see me, though. Still the overbearing posture, still a unbearable look, as if they are not standing in Beza's Forbidden City, but in the backyard of his official residence in Longman. The buildings behind him seamlessly blend into this dark coat, as if those palaces are merely an excessively ornate cloak over his shoulders. But at least you weren't kidnapped. I still don't know who on this land could manage that. Everything I've done has been of my own violation. I'll never stop reading that attitude of yours. Why are you here? Is it the backup plan that Grand Tutor kept telling you to make? These words should not be followed entirely. The situation should never have developed as he suggested in the first place. I have another plan in mind. Either way, you're safe. What comes next won't be much of a problem. What are you preparing to do? Ensure you're safe, get your out of out, then... correct some mistakes made by you and your brother. I see. I'm not too surprised. Huh. And who are you supposing would deliver this Radic knife to you? That's no longer important. Since you have it, then you ought to know how to use it and everything else about it. I was pretty surprised. Every secret I've learned about you since coming to the city has opened my eyes. You know, I almost admire your ability to hide so many secrets. If you truly wish to rectify the mistakes I made, then you should follow me. Follow you? Where? Beneath the Forbidden City, the first origin. The wrecking knife you hold will be of use, and will solve great Yan's crisis. All will be made right. Of course, I prefer you hand the knife to me instead. It'll be quicker, and you'll have less trouble to become done with. But you won't trust me. I'm sure you want to see it all yourself before you'll give up. Fine, though. Once you had enough of playing the tragic hero, you're just conveniently skipping over the part where you'd actually lose your life. We stand before a great crisis, and this is small cost Yan can afford. There are no victims in this case. Your work ends here, Superintendent Chen. Don't tell me you forgot I resigned right in front of you 5 years ago. But the man standing before me now isn't even a fit to be called chief way. You're telling me to watch you throw your life away, and that's not even the part of your words that's pissing me off the most. Your sacrifice isn't going to move anyone's heart but your own. And right now you don't even have the right to end your life just like that. This is a matter concerns the fate of Yan and its people. Of course I know that. But get over your own ego. Kendra's fate doesn't fall on your shoulders alone. There are definitely other things you should be doing, besides glorifying your own suicide. But well, you don't have to come with me. Give me the Radic knife and go back to Longman. It's too bad I got 2 blades here, but I can't lend you either of them. We don't have any more time to lose, and you still want to have it your way, Superintendent Chen. I'm not the one insisting on having it my way. Must you force my hand? Last 5 years. That's more like it. Gas off cast. You intend to use Heaven's Eye? Scared? Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. The Grandmaster once said of your swordplay. Your skills have improved much in 5 years, and you've surpassed my expectations, comprehending Chishao's techniques. You're still one step away from Heaven's Eye. The Eye of Heaven sees all and nothing. Only when the clouds parted is Heaven's wrathful eye revealed. Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user. I was only reminding you of its form, but I see you remembered all. You should be well aware of a fog remains in your heart, so that it is beyond your ability. Drop your sword, I especially don't want to go that far with you. Will you use it though, if I don't give you the writing knife? Just like you did 35 years ago. Force my hand, sure. When you walk out of the Forbidden City 40 years ago, when you decided whether Tal and her father would live or die, did you do it with the technique's ideals? never looking back? If that's what Chisha's final technique demands, then I shall never be able to unleash it. Trial justice. Good and evil, right and wrong, they aren't weights. You can easily tell which is better when placed on two sides of the scale. Don't judge a life until it ends. That's never a positive term to use. Same goes for people, and even more so, they shouldn't be used and unceremoniously abandoned. Workers in the Victorian Siege, Warriors of the Ursus Tundra, and even the casino bosses in Docilis. I don't understand that summer event. Main story and main story again. So you are right, I won't use Heaven's Eye. I can't learn it, it's not my blade work. What are you? More than keeping a resolute will to abandon everything, I'd rather pick up the path of knowing what I find impossible. Still don't understand. You're right, I don't actually understand what happened that night, whether your father actually died by Chisha or something more sinister. I don't understand what you were thinking. I do know Edward and Tal both were the curse of their bloodline. Well, I could only watch from the sideline. I don't understand why mother resented you, father and even me on her deathbed. I'm only clear on one thing, Dad knows it too. Apologies from the dead are meaningless. If there are people you want to apologize to, then tell them you're sorry while you're still alive. You're just a coward consumed by guilt to the brim, putting on a heartless and stoic act for a ridiculous facade. Oh shit. I won't let you keep making the same mistakes. There is no real merit in winning a verbal fight. If you truly have the strike that suppresses Heaven's Eye, then you shall indeed become a legendary knee swordsman. Surpass us, rather. Show me, prove me with my blood that you are right. I'll show you. Ooh! I put it if the dilemma itself is fundamentally wrong, you'll never get the right answer, no matter which side you take. I'll prove that before we reach an interval at that end, we can take a step back and consider other options. A choice that requires no sacrifice or abandonment, but allows all things to thrive. You plan to use Chisha's swordplay with the ratting knife. You said the technique of Chisha were all but one state of mind. It doesn't really matter which sword you use, right? I still remember your last words to me when I left Lungmen. A gale rolls around him, blowing at his simple robes. I won't hold back. Even though physical blade, his fierce form remains like a merciless sunlight, never to return once it has shown. It was just not grown his finger nor his sword Sora. Yet it. This is the thing with fucking Way. He can't do this without a weapon. Yet it pervades the air, like mountain of weathered leaves in late autumn. Hesitation, regret, self-blame. She knows why the old man before her wields his blade. His pent-up emotions do not have to be expressed in speech for her to empathize with. And like a sigh, she thrusts the writing knife out. After the truth comes to light, a judge's long exclamation often feels heavier than the verdict itself. After the sigh, the sharp wind rolling around him dissipates, like a fading dream, leaving nothing but a solitary palace, a desolate square, and two standing in silence before it. After I came to Baz, I heard some stories about my mother. When you left the city, she followed you to Loman. I never understood, but now, what other reason was there? She wanted to convince her brothers, her own two siblings, to make up. And now I think she was probably even more naive than I am. I owe your parents, them, an apology. There are some things that you should resolve with blood, but this family matter that has entangled your entire life and my decades, doesn't have to be one of them. Felt regret. Your dad only hold the form of Heaven's Eye, but not its spirit. What comes after remorse? The Heaven's Eye you wielded decades ago was before regret reached your heart. You saw all and nothing, never looking back. When you've had a feather, it gnawed at your heart non-stop. But this way, you stake everything on a war that cannot be controlled now. Countless Chinese soldiers as well as have their lives on the line, not just you and I. Those with power and privilege love hiding their selfishness with big numbers and scary consequences. But obviously there are plenty of other choices besides your death. There are men who stand with us, proxies who have joined forces with Yan, your own brother, and even if there really is no other choice to take up the responsibility, there's me. Let's finish the conversation from earlier. Your path before you is long and hard. I know you will master it. I thought for a long time of what you meant by that will. I found the answer. I was loath to believe the conclusion it led to. But now seeing you in such a pathetic state, I can only believe it. From the moment on when you placed your unfulfilled hopes on my shoulders, you were already old. You're old, yet you harden your heart into stone as you did in your prime. You want to make amends, but your debts, it's like choose to die. Death won't let you make up for all you've done. Death won't preserve your last shred of dignity. Death will only leave a final knot in your relationship that can never be untangled. So don't do it. Don't do what Tal did. If you want to ask me is she doing well, then I'll tell you. No, not at all. But you should rejoice in the fact that I'm willing to talk about her with anybody. With you. The government has issued command, but whether or not the troops move is up to Zuo Zhuo now. He cannot hold on forever, though human troops are not his personal army. Our family might have to be resolved, but these incarnations of the Feathermoot, same goes for them too. They'll try their best. Really trust them. And that Grand Commandant, I gotta guess what's on his mind. He's not selfish, but he thinks his judgments are logical and realistic. Yep, he is very blind. He's not greedy. He's just kind of fucking stupid. Disasters caused by people like him are usually the worst ones. Be it for a lungman who's left, or what's left of House of Jin, I should try and win whatever peace is possible for Yan. I know you will. Before I go, if you want help, help me think up a name for the move I pulled off. I'm like Heaven's Eye, that would be get a young me all excited. Surely you don't have to remind me of my age every 5 minutes. And so there are some things that I must do myself. Yes. This time I will do something that won't leave me with regrets. Ah, fuck. I like this. I love this a lot. Finally. The mess to turn human upside down in an actual settlement. And where's the thing you promised? Are you a bird? I didn't find it. And there's no meaning in leaving you alive. With no hesitation, a long narrow blade manifests in Ya's hand, dazzling the other two with its silver glint. Wait. Kimberly will never know where Bufan is. What? Faced with duelist angry stare, Mui can only turn her head away. Let me ask you first. What are you planning to do with Bufan once you have it? Skills her, or do you want the whole city or even all of Yan to die alongside your grudge? That is of no concern to you. I only promise to help you exact revenge against the bestial Sui, but before I give it to you, I need you to promise me something. Your rage can only be directed at Sui, and once you're done with your vengeance, you'll leave Yan. Absurd. Why should I promise you anything? Particular reason, but I'm not giving it to you unless you agree. You've exhausted Sasuna's patience with your life. So as almost instinctively and takes the blow, he realizes once more just how much powerful Phantom will hold. All he feels is inside churning as the blood spurs from his mouth. This very human game that I hate. I'd think of her long sword, and the candle holder's own blade flies from his hand as his sword meets the edge of her blade. The whereabouts of Bufan or his life. I think we need to make another move on someone I have no business with. If you cherish your life, then leave. But as he sees something he can hardly believe, the dead leaves turn into a flower. An autumn wind is badly replaced by a gentle spring. Why do we always run it? Are there when a fight's about to start? This encounter is no different from the one 1,000 years ago. Our former foes are gone, as our dear friends. Draw your blade for vengeance now. How is it not as of the past? 2. Roxy is loath to address her kin, but the names humans gave them. Yet she realizes how else are they to call one another. Yeah, detested these names. Oh, Jew. They're both alive all along. As you can see, we're no legions or walking corpses, so yes. This is no place for chit-chat. Can your hidden realm welcome us as guests? Place. I thought it and I were the last of our kind on this land. How have you survived this last 1,000 years? Why have you come here today? Do you want to stop me as well? We don't intend to make things difficult for you, but are you aware just how much trouble you've added to our plates with your awakening and return to Yan? Since that day, I've been followed by hundreds of eyes, even when I'm just casually angling for some silver fin on the dusk. Motherfucker, that's you? Oh my god, he's also the floor 3 boss? I need to read the name. God, I hate you so much. Staring at your decrepit shell, those ants sure are experts at wasting time. The wind mounts and streams, bodies weak and sick. That's all we are now, and you're no exception. weak and sick. Get enough strength to leave another wound on it. Never. Is that the only thing you've gained from your long journey? After this millennium-long journey, all that remains in your head is wanting to settle a score between the two. 30, your smarts are not up to par. Anger, humiliation, discontent, confusion come back on account of these, and you use them as excuse to lever your blade against your own kind. Humanity gave a name for this obsession born of anger. They call it vengeance. You proudly claim to be a Faramut and look upon human emotions with contempt. Yet you've changed. When did you become so obsessed with the boards and games of human play? And what did you primordial beings pick up the rhetoric use of by those crass pasts? Fooling humans, hunting our own kind. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? When have we suffered such betrayal? Vengeance boards games. This is a war between it yet to end. Lands of shorn of life, mountains split asunder, rivers choked with crimson. The war at the dawn of time is not worth my remembrance. Eons ago, before you granted these insects your cunning, they had long embarked on the... Now look at you, taken in a form similar to theirs, comically ugly, broken, unbearable. Make me laugh. And you, the ancient bestial who, the nature of antiquity, you who once floated between heaven and earth, have to learn how to live like an ant. One can live as they wish in this realm, rafting, swimming, fowl watching, fin catching. You're not me, so how would you understand the joy I derive from this land? Find joy in dragging your tail through the mud? Change, life and death come and go. Joy is but a speck, and sorrow is the same. To me, those joys and sorrows are but floating weeds in a dusk river. Close I go. If one day every beast devours me whole, I shall drift freely for 10,000 miles. Errant. If a foul beast snatches me, I shall be lifted up in the highest of heavens. Will you raise your weapon against the wind, a fin, a foul beast? To be used or cast aside is of the times, to act or to hide is if my own will. That is what you and I have come here to tell you. Continue your reckless act and you shall only meet your end. Faramut's end, your shall no more, as only ash and dust. Oh fuck. Simply put, we pity you. The two of you only leave me with a shame. Kin, you say? The two of you as primordial manifestations of nature and rules are groveling at my feet to surrender the ages. So what are you? Weak, filthy low, what grants you two rotting corpses the right to call yourselves my kin? I'll lose my body and end as only as ash and dust. Destruction in your eyes is to me simply a return. Return to the sleepless chaos, the indistinguishable dawn. So what if I'm reduced to nothing? What if I'm consigned to an eternal nothingness? This realm is but a coffin with no borders inside. 1,000 years I have waited, and the only thing missing is a dark red pattern. Soaked, painted, lined, and carved. A breathtaking pattern from its flesh and cries. You take this realm as a coffin. Is it then not a waste, preserving this vast realm when only death awaits you? I draw within a leaf, but see an entirely realm within it. All things arise from the mind, and it should stay free and unfettered. Is this realm that... is it this realm that finds you? But the old man merely taps his long staff on the water surface and bloom blossoms under that has never melted. Arrows knocked. Yes, your arrows, your staff, your pest-like forms to smash all that you see as coffins. And come with me in your sly disciples step. What? Selves. Witness how this house in your old finally end. You? See, stopping the war is no longer possible. Really going to destroy this realm she has preserved for so many years. Pity, for your kin really struck a nerve with you. But isn't that why we've been trying to make her see the error of her ways? How can we drive the knife even deeper when she's already wallowing in self-abandonment? Now, we must only watch from the sidelines as Wang's plot unfolds. Gathered that last once, we saved that candle holder, and even stood in for that precious disciple of yours. We have done our part for Wang. He probably knows we can't stop yet, which is why he even lets us involve ourselves in the troublesome affair. This place. He really is like it. Only he has a bit more. Done. Let's just rest on this river and partake in the scenery from a millennium ago. Time is running out. It as well. But yeah, the things are already here. I'm sure I'll get another chance to meet him when this is all done with. Thanks for saving me earlier. Saving you. Huh. Without my convincing performance, you would have thought my actual intel was fake, right? Wouldn't that be a real shame? What? What were you planning, divulging the location of movement to that proxy? You keep asking me what the old chance you gave. And you would have leave me in. Maybe you become sorry that. Maybe when you became that soy regulator supervisor, whatchamacallit. God. From far away, a bugle horn sounds, sending Moyi in a frantic search for its source, but... There. Just hasn't woken up, right? Just has yet to wake. The city is in chaos and the soy regulator still hasn't fulfilled its duties. How could they possibly issue the order to attack the humans right now? What has to happen inside you should tell them. Well then, get going. And I trust you. Just shut up and leave it to me. It just saved my life earlier. Safe. God, it's been so cold this autumn. What are you doing on here alone? A day this cold. Waiting for someone. Ah, I'll read. I have a bag of buns with me. Fill your belly a little. Eat once everyone's here. If we're getting late for more, then I better prepare a proper buns will do. Do you think they'll come back? What do you think? First, I think they will. I know we rarely come together. We always argue whenever we do meet. We don't share the same hobbies and have conflicting personalities. But it's times like this that I believe our hearts are all as one. So even if everyone comes back, can we even... I'll wait with you. That was the 8, right? The only guys are the human shadow looking out of the wind ages. The sun loses the distinct silhouette of the cats. The entire city slowly rumbles towards the tomb of Sui. Human really did receive marching orders. Why would His Majesty order an attack on Sui before it had awakened? Before this moment of hesitation, Human is almost at the top of the crouching candle holder. Soon there will be no more room for him to move forward. There are only the city walls jutting up perpendicularly from the ground. To live via the sun, Zeus. Have you perfected your King Kong yet? Not to mention, once you head out... Never mind, you will see for yourself. Do not think your fall will excuse you from your punishment. It would not be a one thing if you caused this trouble on your own, but you dragged King Ping into it. Don't make excuses for him. He should have thought of how to come back up before he jumped down. All that bravery, but all he knows is how to fight, and how to make others nearly die of worry. Back to your plates, and once your wounds have healed somewhat, come and receive your punishment. The sensors have not started up, the villagers have fully... Oh, it's running to the wall, okay. It would mean a horrible death. Halfway up there, so bad. He support himself, but to go further would be strapping thousands of caddies to himself. Bastard. As he passes through the yellow sun, the young man sees the figures of soldiers manning the walls. None of them have seemed already forgotten just how long they have stood up atop these ramparts. However, with a sudden blast of horn, they have now been tasked with spending the rest of their lives in this new hunt. Bastard. The higher he climbs, the clearer the skies thinking becomes, the sadder he steps. Even so, the final stretch of the wall is no stroll down a garden path. Jeez. As long evacuated, shut all you like. Oh, you know what are you up to? I'm an Imperial envoy. I've come to investigate why humans taking action without permission. Imperial envoy, didn't they already come by earlier? You think you can pretend to be one of them while sneaking around? Of course I am an envoy of the court. Don't you recognize these clothes? These shit you are. Those are nothing like those they wore. They had proper court mandarin uniforms on. Ministry of War. How do you know that? Not long after the Ministry of War came to Human, the order to deploy was passed down, correct? As General Zuo made a public appearance since then, before any great battle, he would always personally beat the tower jump to inspire. Are you really from the court? Of course I am. This marching order seems to be destroyed, but if it wasn't General Zuo, then who could have killed them? I see. I've already untied your wrists. Returning to the tower now will most likely raise suspicion, so I just suggest you wait here for a while. Goodbye. His eyes with his numb hands, wondering why the young man leaping away. But his King Kong seems somewhat familiar. I just said, why are the men from the Ministry of War, father? Why are you trying to find them? The orders are to march upon the tomb so a fire that if there were not your orders, then they must be correct. Otherwise, would you be here alone like you were under house arrest? Silence! Do not presume to comment on military affairs. Father, the Grand Commandant is doing all this because he has decided to overstep His Majesty. He is mainly trying to fire on the tomb of Sui to start a war. The Grand Commandant has formed a cabal, and will sit and watch as Baizo is overrun by script guys, in collusion with the supervisor of the Sur Regulator. Not only that, but he tried to seize the Proxy's artifact within the Scavenger Pavilion, also of course Chief Executive Wei of Lungmen to attack Sui using some secret technique. None of these plans worked. Why, he commanded Human to fire upon the tomb. His Majesty never gave such an order. The ones given to Human to move and fire are false. Do not be deceived, Father. Did all this to wage war upon Sui? Yes, how could I not? But know this, the tomb lies in the front of Human, and Baizhou behind it. No matter what orders are given, the city must not fall into disarray. Those above want to advance, those below want to observe. These two forces clash, they will cause panic in the city. If they truly were to awaken, the soldiers of Human will be decimated. But these soldiers, do they know that their fight for the Grand Commandant's false orders, and not the will of Yan? Before much, the general usually pounds a drum atop the walls to inspire morale. Have you done so, General Zua? Without this encouragement from the commandant, the men's spirits have not been lifted. On the contrary, they are confused. Are they truly braving Sui's claws, predict Baizhou? Or the inevitable first sacrifices to the altar for the belligerent Yan, Grand Commandant invasions? So will they. Can't be only General Zhu of Human, but also the Lord Exorcist of Yan. It appears he stole into your residence. What crime should your son be charged with trespassing from the entrance, General Zhu? I assume you heard all I said earlier, sir. Considering you can still say such things after that, you must be in league with the Grand Commandant. You're talking nonsense, you insolent child. Are you going to turn a blind eye to your son's disrespect, General Dura? Our children must wonder why is the Grand Commander so eager to wage war against Sui? We're getting orders even now, General. With terror in such turmoil, the entirety of the court unably passed the 28 policies. But outside those 28, there were 2 more hidden policies. Not limited, and now surely you do not mean to wait until our enemies from abroad are at the gates. I should tell you the truth, General. It is not only the Grand Command who supports this policy, more than half the court and mandarins do as well. And what does the Grand Tutor say? What does His Majesty say? It is not your place to ask. It is also a question I have been meaning to ask, sir. Besides the Grand Commandant and Minister of War, mandarins of the 6 ministries and His Majesty, do they know all of the facts to all of this? These are not matters you should concern yourself with, Zuoshanle. You are merely a general, so they do not know. Soldiers must heed orders, and human cannot be allowed to fall into chaos. Thus, I am willing to be patient and watch as you replace me before the battle is met. But if what comes next is an age of strife, would your actions not be drawing Yan into panic, creating new conflict with it? I may be a military man, but I am also the Lord Exorcist of Yan. Forgive me, but I cannot receive such arbitrary orders. You put your own head on the chopping block. Lords, arrest this man. It seems you really are preparing. You are all preparing to revolt. I am Tahe, Monitor Censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. I happen to be here for rest and recuperation, and I must say, I did not expect the Prime Minister of War acting without authorization, causing unrest within humans. You need not mind me, I will not interfere in your affairs, but so long as I leave the room alive, do not believe the events that have taken place can be treated like they never happened. Enough. Here and now I am still the Warden of Human. If the Grand Commandant wishes to court-martial me after the matter, whether I am not to be sacked, exiled, or otherwise, I will submit. But as for now, out of my way, I must see my men. I'm glad Tai is okay. Well, he's not fully okay. He's retired by. Those so-called Edwards are now in detention, Father. Guardians, your systems, they've been severed. Oh fuck. The Mr. Men pick up where the wind was blowing before they barged into the meeting room, so they performed some sabotage. We're relying on runners right now. The mobility laser still works fine, but there are artillery emplacements all across Human. And the order has already been passed down. The orders the men receive keep changing. Begin repairs immediately. Do everything you can to stop cannons from fire. Yes, sir. Ahe, relay my orders to the mobility layer. Dule, I shall entrust the emplacements within the deepest regions of the city to you. Sir. One more thing. Done well today. Well, much longer. Another 24 hours passed. Jesus Christ. And the fighting continues at the defensive line against the guys in the bazaar. The trained guys are like an endless tide, wave after wave crashing against their defenses. Though they may be cut down, they always appear stronger than before. There's no doubt the force that defenders face now are the god hunters of days long past. Keep your chins up, the battle is not yet over. This is no time to admit defeat. Sword in her hand is bent, her armor slowly but steadily getting covered in massive scars. His message decrease. All soldiers, whether patrol battalion, Yulin Guard, or otherwise, are to gradually withdraw from Bazao Corp Plate. Join with the troops stationed outside the city and pull back defenses to a 10-kilometer perimeter around Bazao. Emergency is right behind us. Whatever His Majesty prepared to abandon even the core plate. I double-checked. Those really are His Majesty's orders. Majesty. Where are you right now? After 40 years, he steps into the secret chamber once more. He still remembers the emotion he felt the first time he set foot in here. Remorse, confusion, resentment, terror. 40 years has been long enough to smooth them away, long enough to grind away at all feeling, aside from the one known as helplessness. 40 years passed in a flash. If you're still unwilling to bow your head to Yen, then I alone shall bear your 1,000 years of rage. The sin of disloyalty I shall send out alone. This millennium of grudges and grievances shall end here. From now on, Yan will begin a new chapter in its history. Why wait for heaven to bless the nation? There is only the triumph of man over nature. What was that? Lang looks over the blazing radiance before him as if he can see a pair of giant ancient eyes burning within. Running with great fury. All who waits is for the signal that Zoya has fully awakened, or he martyrs himself. The heart-pounding golden light has nearly faded away. All that remains is an afterglow that falls into Wong's palm. In the very instant, a flood of jumbled shattered memories flow past his eyes. With all his might, he reaches in to grab a hold of a fragment, a splinter, anything with a trace of her. For 120 years she has never appeared in his dreams. Finally he grasps onto something that survived. A record of a game. Not some legendary game handed down the ages, but rather a casual game between brother and sister as they chatted. He flips the record over, wanting to see what was written, and the message he left behind. That is missing from his memory. He finally reads it. You're a pessimistic one, brother. Always thinking that the heart of humanity is unknowable, an unending flow of evil. Through careful calculations and reasoning can it be understood. I beg to differ. I believe humanity to be fundamentally good, evil deeds merely covering of the heart. Thus, I believe to attempt to decipher it. Simply read the history books and learn the ways of the world, and you shall understand through analogy. Knew I was lazing about, brother. Here's why I came to give me a board written atop your board. Even before you place your first stone, the blatant scowl on your face, I knew you had come to poke. Both interpretation and analogy are fine. This split path shall meet again. At a summary of the human heart of our family, only can I walk this self-defeating road, always wanting to know the hearts of men. Perhaps when we both obtain the same answer? The letter stops here. The Wikipedia stares at the exquisite handwriting for a long time, seemingly forgetting life and death struggle is currently locked in. To it again. Game nears its end. How amusing. She was the first of you to raise the rebellion against me. I must admit, over this past challenge, yet I truly did fear power, even if only for a moment. But her plan was defeated by her lack of by the unknowable heart of humanity. What is even more preposterous is that she chose to give you a chance to live. She has never once been defeated. Through her own force of will, she bought the rest of us the chance to live. Because she believed that after her death, we would surpass you. Huh. How pitiful. You're actually feeling regret. Oh shit. You came to do battle with me, so determined to die, but you could not even triumph over your own weakness. Do you care for her? Yes, I care for her. I once thought I did not. I thought the outcome of her battle should be the only thing I cared for. Until I learned something later on. Hearts of men, you, wild beast, will never understand. And so you are doomed to pay the price. You know. So this is your final struggle. This is the result of you carefully planning in preparation for hundreds of years. This amusement that you now present to me. Things will not end any different from last time. The only difference is that now you are even weaker than before. Or do you mean to say that with her choice, killing me will be akin to killing her, which is why you have not able to make a single move? Pitiful, pathetic, laughable. But no matter, none of it matters. We can wait here. It's time to wait. Let's see which of your so-called siblings shall come charging in, die in your stead this time. Haggard Wikiplayer slowly rises from its front of the board, only a few black stones left within his bowel. His movements are slow, stiff, so stiff as seem like he had been sat there withering away the last 120 years. As you lay there, half asleep, half awake, you turn to the void within your own body. Your puppet. Causing all sorts of trouble these past few centuries. You decided that a puppet should walk in the dark while we walk in the light, and so at first, he tottered as he learned to walk. Then he secluded himself to gather his strength. Finally, he ran amok. What the hell is this cat? You forgot. When all is said and done, there's only one of him. I had stormed in alone at that game 120 years ago, having forgotten how wide the board is and how sufficient was with your might. This time it is his turn to have too much to do. Over all of Yan and even lands beyond, dealing with the black stone after black stone. This time, will you still be able to see through my stratagem? Throw yourself into 108 pieces, nearly driving yourself to madness, and you believe this would be enough to fool me? What of it? What of it? A gravely wounded Pheromone forced to sleep and recuperate, having to play a game with humanity while its thoughts are trapped in an unending nightmare. Such depletion will cut away at the root of your life. All your bluff and bluster cannot hide it from me. But all you have done is walk the same road as first to leave me walked. Huh? Okay. Doing all you can do to delay my awakening. Yeah. But do you truly believe you are awake? By killing me in every memory, every fantasy, will you shackles of the dream. However, the clash between he and it will countless possibilities, countless imaginings, countless conclusions that have transcended cause and effect gently fall through the tomb of Sui like snow. Roxy looks through each and every snowflake, seeing game to his death. Enough. Finally. You finally wish to put down the ridiculous game and steal against me? This shall be my last bit of sport before I awake. Finally. The one who chose white, my reflection in the mirror. It's a nightmare. How difficult it is to meet with you. I expected the exact same ending once again. You are not bad entertainment, but by my standards. But let us end it here. I must also thank you for this grand gift you have given me. With your strength, I shall be able to fully awaken and devour the power of you 12 whole. The strength you have gathered over the past 1,000 years shall be my nutrients, and I shall become strong. Far, far stronger than I was 1,000 years ago. I shall become a true god. I shall roll over this land and lead all those weak insects in breaking through the curtain, separating us from stars, stepping over the ultimate darkness. Does he know about... your combined strength? I shall see and obtain that future. And you as a part of me, you may use me in my eyes to see it. Dreamer. Whereas this, you will be like that consciousness you call a younger sister. Returning to where you should be, returning to the primal chaos you came from. Your dream your 12 have been stubbornly chasing after shall be realized with that chaos. No need for hellish preparations, no need for wasteful schemes, no need for fragile freedom. You will be me. You will be us. Great illogical terror intrudes upon the Proxy's mind. His heart beat quickens as cold sweat drips down his brow. His body clearly wishes to leap away, but he cannot swivel his eyeballs. Oops. A blessing. Despite consciousness returning to the whole, with regardless of blessing. Abandon your desire for hardship, abandon your worthless obsessions, abandon those duties you bear, abandon those clumsy emotions you learn from wretched humanity. Abandon that which consumes you, embrace that which nourishes you. Suffering must be eliminated. You shall become a keepsake within my great consciousness. A futile yet respectable memento of the past. Suffering eliminated. Pain sips down from his skin into his marrow. Terror spreads across his body from his backbone. What Proxy can see slowly begins to blur. Close your eyes. Yes, close them. You do not need your own, for my eyes are your eyes. No need to hesitate. Not thought this from the very beginning. The mortal realm does not seem as interesting as your siblings said it was. Why is this rebellious heart of yours so hard to tame? No matter. Simply yet another tangled consciousness. Slowly digest. From this 1,000-year-long dream. Finally awaken. No. What does this mean? Why am I still in this dream? Lame. The poet lifts the wine cup in her hand, but not to offer it to the heavens, but rather to pour it upon the ground. The wine falls splashing across the yellow soil, becoming a drifting cloud of dust. Near a winter in a summer since we parted in Changshu. Ever since, I had no time to dream of you, for in the lands of man, many things worth dreaming of more. As for you, using dream, using imagination, using things yet to pass to prevail. Verily, you and he are evenly matched on par with one another. But I seem to see amidst your doubt, many of my tales emplaced. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? The poems of others are fine, but at such a juncture their style shall not do. We got a new link, CG. It's been so long. I shall happily change the line. How about? After rains and battle falls beyond count, in wine's embrace thy freedom is found. What say you, sister dearest? The words of others are fine indeed, and its flow is pleasing, but when you are the one chanting it, it flows far too free, as if you are uninvolved. You, Meiji at dusk, consensus has always been out of our reach. You, Meiji at dusk, consensus has always been out of reach. The girls. So why not have it be your turn to sing a song for the me that we share? How about it? Ouch. No. Still unwilling to break your vow? Gia still has not returned. However, I shall play for you. The bloody battlefield is flooded by a peaceful stream. The ripples upon the water quiver, becoming a pair of giant eyes. What is your power? Even from within the water, those eyes stare at everything around it, fierce, pained, near crazed eyes. Yet even so, the musicians lightly plucks their strings. Ah, that's true. Seems rather than being unfold of wine, dear June, you are simply... She does not chant too much. She does not chant too much tune, but with bright, clear voice, yet even so, it's in perfect harmony with its tranquil music. The stars in the sky spin along the poet and the musician, blending together into a pool of sweet water. From that water appears wine, some bitter, some fragrant. Even those great eyes begin to show signs of intoxication. I invite you to share one last cup of wine. At some point, the tone started to cut off high, and sleep gradually deepened, going from near inaudible to an inescapable bass, lingering within the water. As for the simple sounds of the instrument, no longer are they quiet and mellow. It is as if only a tenth of the strings were silk. There's 3 parts longing, 3 parts grief, and 3 parts determination. But in contrast, the poet's recitation grows lighter, higher, as if a whisper, as if a consolation, as if a torrent of rain, flicking it away, will only serve to wet your clothes. One low, one high, one disciplined, one unrestrained. The woman's voice merges with the voice of the instrument. Doing your dream fit to entomb a Fathomut. The Master of Dreams. Oops, pop. After a moment of quiet, I finally realized that this dream will not be so easy to break free from. It does not care if the last of the power of the proxy that is here or is far away. Those great eyes staring at the outside world watched the dream that Ling and June weave. As I watched back, within the confrontation that never happened, its actions, its moves, its weak points, even its psyche, they have seen it all. He has seen it all. Such base deception, such pointless struggles. Before I have my vengeance on Yan, I should kill you all first, one by one. You will not have that chance. From now on, there is only our vengeance against you. Your so-called sisters may have deceived me with dreams and cracked open your shackles, but you not feel how weak your body is, unfettered though it may be. This time I shall crush you, your miserable schemes. Fuff. In that instant of fear and anger, its enormous body, as great as a mountain, shifts a fraction of an inch. The entire room begins to shatter into rubble. The great structure that repressed Sui gradually crumbles and collapses. Where the hell is Ling? I am 100% sure she is not there physically. My God. Shit. Form an orderly line and walk cautiously. Why are you listening to me? Oh, what do we do? What to do? Mr. Poe. Why are so many townsfolk have not evacuated yet? Len? There's so many guys here. Stay your hand, Yanchi. They are not guys born from the turmoil of the tomb, but rather the original townsfolk. They are the students of the school. They are my students, yes. I cannot bear to see them lose their lives here, so I beg of you to lend me your aid. The old Chanchi is still guarding the mountain pass. I'm afraid I cannot protect them all on my own. I shall do my best to hold back the rebellious guys. Yun Kingping, help Mr. Pooh in guiding everyone away. Surely you don't mean to do it alone, Deputy Celine. Oh, hello. Song past the garden's closing hours. Why are there still so many tourists here? So remember me? And here I was worried you would forget me. What with you running circles around my garden? No need for further chatter. You are all lovers of things. What? Wish to make us kindred spirits. Materialism? You two help these elderly gentlemen see everyone out. I can deal with things here myself. I know you practice how extraordinary sympathy, but these are extraordinary times. I ask that you take care. No need to worry. If I cannot subdue even these apparitions, then I'm not fit to be the master of the Guard of Protection. Let us curious. That is true. If I may, by the way, I request for my humble record-keeping friend. Though you have come from afar, I regret to say that I have no time to be a proper host. If you ever have some spare time in the future, I ask that you come again. But if fate is against us, and you have in your last version of it, then I would like you to preserve its sights with your brush and ink. Please stay safe, sir. Why are you asking that? Are you actually worried that the Sui might win? My mind is shaking far too strong as well. Is this resentment? Even though only a fraction of this millennium of hatred and rage has spilled out here, it still has such strength. I dare not imagine what exactly Wang is confronting down there. But even coming to this point, it's still not yet awake, which means our designs with the Guardians are still in effect. It's a shame though, I fear that the structures within the tomb are almost completely destroyed. I suppose I shall have to put a bit more effort into suppressing it then. You really know how to cause quite a stir, Wang. Form from your fury. I have no desire to entertain such vulgar creations, nor am I interested in collecting them. All I can say is that they will be a little hard to handle. Even a layabout has times when he is angered. I cannot forgive such destruction. Now, how much of this account shall be considered your swag? I shall make it whole for him, reluctantly, I might add. Gee? Wang chased me away, so with nowhere else to go, I came here to help you. Huh, seriously, it doesn't really matter. I suppose I shall owe you a great deal if you will help me with this big mess today. Since when have you been concerned about what you owe me? Why, I would never. It is simply because you are so magnanimous, our third eldest brother, that you find it embarrassing to settle accounts with your younger siblings. Shall I help you suppress Sui or help you look after Mang Shantan? First we deal with the guys and protect the town. We will still have time to suppress it. There are two of us, after all. With enough speed, neither issue needs to wait. Rather greedy of you now. Hardly the first time you have seen my greed. True, if I had not dropped by today, all those exotic plans to find wood, strange stones, your supplicants painstakingly gathered with the wind, which would be quite the pity. Well, I need only come and ask for you for more later. Threats. Best hide somewhere behind me, can't you? I'm not too good at fighting. Nearly whacked you a few times here. It's a half-baked plan, but all I can do is still talking about food, kid. I've added something to your pot of half-baked swollen me, so I don't need to thank them. Let's see, sisters number 1 and 2, the kiddo, who else? No big deal if 8 doesn't show up. What about G? I've got a little something for him too. Forget it. Heed me, Dark Devastator. Quantum Firecracker, Quantum Launcher, Quantum Rumble, Quantum Cannon Block. Out 30 meters around the kid and fire. Oh, she was here. Made it pretty much the same way as 12 pagodas and 5 cities. This is war, after all, and all is fair in it. That wiki value loves saying shit like that. Who exactly are you declaring war on by aiming that stuff at me? Get her under control, Shu. This really isn't what you promised earlier. Once this is over, don't forget to make an apology. These strikers do really do make the Huang though. They're subdued during the Shenong Festival, but when the new year arrives, firecrackers they light up might be even fiercer than the ones Nyan just used. She get a comeback for the insult. If you had fired the barrage earlier, it would have fallen onto Yu's feet. Take a break and let Dust play with it. She's been waiting for a while now. Give it to me. Long time no see, kiddo. Dinner ready yet? I am done with work yet, Nyan. How could you only be thinking of Yu's cooking? One's not going to affect the other, correct? Alright, we never did give them heads up. We'd be meeting here. I got you, this should be fine, right? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If we're able to resolve this guy's crisis together, then that shall be an act of great merit. I always knew you were the dried up stick in the mud you look like. Oh, you weren't. Excuse me. Perhaps it would not only be considered business in Yan's eyes. Making a friend is far more important than doing business. Those are some wise words. Next time those old foggy from the Ministry of Works come to question me, I can throw them in their face. Everyone who should be here is here. Let's take a head gun, or the ones who aren't here yet. They celebrated lanterns, banners, and screaming firecrackers. I don't see any lanterns. This is the first time I've seen the many firecrackers, so... Time to land. Master, who is this? Watch out, Yan, someone just flew over my head, and I think they're going to land right next to you. Ah, I see. Who the hell are you? Better gear, I'm guessing you are... Sargon. I'm an apprentice to my master, though usually I just drive the cart. Alright, my master is called Fang. Break it a bit number 10. Man, didn't expect a shy guy like... Sure apprentice like you. I'm Yan the 9th, which meantime is older sister. Quick run on those two chatting over there are Shu, the X, and you're the youngest brother, you. Oh, that's Hey guys, here. That's our youngest sister, Dusk. Is she the youngest? Yeah, that's the youngest. G and E in the 7th and 8th are probably by the mountain over there, while our big sister Ling and second sister Jun went off to nap who knows where after some drinks. And under our feet, there's number 2, Wang. Strictly speaking, today's party is all on him. Wait a sec. Got introduced to the family if you're here. Where's the big 1-0? Now that my master didn't return, he just, give you this. A steel yard scale. Where the fuck is Chong? Target of our above the first still moving forward. No time to return reference from the cities. We attack the moment takes the next step. We beat them once 1,000 years ago, so no excuses. The ancient Titanic ledges forward, part of the confusion and anger of rousing from age-old slumber. Suddenly noticed by its hind claw a minuscule, near imperceptible existence. Don't go any further. Turn back. I know the wiki player summoned you. I don't want to speak ill of my elder brothers. You might not have been thinking, exploiting you for no reason, or throwing your lives away. Elder brother, who are you? You're heavily wounded. I may have ways to... Oh, it's fine? If you insist on continuing forward, I also have ways to make you feel pain. 100-fold, I thought. Though, I would really rather not. Turn back, I can heal your wounds and help you find a new home. Just don't cause any more death and destruction. That's fine. On the other hand, I didn't think dried up old China would learn some proper bedside manner. Did it pick up the suet song in your part of Sargon? Nope, really. Let's learn how to speak good better. Maybe then my next movie something. Yeah, I wouldn't jump ship halfway through. Can't just stand by and watch a bunch of jerks stir shit up. I want to see how darkness there matches up against human. No, not bad idea. Getting in a fight like this seems a little impolite. Give it to me. You were my supporting actress, the one I cast for that movie. Shame I wasn't able to find you afterwards, or most of the rest of the cast. Tried to delay the shoot. Do you mean the movie Lava was talking about? The level told you about it? Great, we've got the money guzzling toward. And now you have here too. And you have that thing she left behind. That's why I'm here. How do you plan to stop in the city? With my sword. Wasn't part of the original travel plans, but I've stopped human before. I know a little bit about structure and weak points. I did my some continuous things, but other weak points and flaws. You want those masters? You've been watching way too many movies. I think nothing you and your family can do likewise. I have things I can't shirk from. Believe in me like how I believe in you all. She can see the weaponry lining the wall. Soldiers stop the observers in person, and the Tianshis with their forward brows. She believes they can see her too. But she simply standing here will not be enough. But simply. She takes a small step. She looks at the entire of the city structure. Dreads, the wind ages, the sensors, the watchtowers, the gates. She knows where this wind should fall. Huh? Hmm. The storm that swallowed up heaven and earth is not made of coarse sand, but rather gentle golden snowflakes. They fall into the soldiers' bodies, their hands, their faces. These snowflakes melt, and out of nowhere they hear the beating of a drum. Those memories, near buried away by the sand, suddenly becomes crystal clear. They remember a catastrophe, and those who stood within it. A poet who drank wine and spouted poetry on its face, or maybe someone who made a lonely exit once everything was done. They remember the emotions that surged through their minds back then. They worked as one, as they fought as one, and for a moment they forget the confusion and puzzlement pressing down them as one. They stop whatever they're doing, silently listening to the pounding of the drum. They count the number of beats, count all calamities human face across the years, big and small. Until the 18th rousing farewell boom resounds, the entire weather-beaten city is like an old man overwhelmed by memory. It's the human event. I knew that fucking gong was familiar in Enfield. They use the same thing. The one who slows to a crawl then stops. Yep. Depending on the amount of gongs you play, it's either wartime or peace. Or catastrophe. At this rate, I won't make it in time to the last few, but... What? Huh? Why have we stopped? Don't tell me actually already. Power cut. This man can't only that he has stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Do it in a near instant. Cut in power would require many short but essential checks on cannons before they can re-engage. Despite the automatic switch to reserve energy stores. It is water and precious time. Why would there be a power cut now? Should I just approach? A strong wave of emotion zips memories to the surface of the ruler's mind, but what he recalls did not take place in human. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord Zillow. Ah, this is G. They'll be able to chat with you on the festive day, even but for a moment is a destiny at work. I hope that in the future you can see me as a man you can discuss things with. That and the suspicion he felt at the time have now become as some sort of illogical post-realization. Incisiveness. Well, he knows there are still many things he is confused about. But he soon pushes down that sense of relief, that sense that makes him relax, even feel exhausted. Not only about the fate of your family, there's also my family. Human, Barzao, all of you. Am I thinking about this now of all times? This fateful decision is not over yet. Visibly tamps down the wellspring of emotion, but in his heart, his hate to lose attitude pushes him onward, hastily winding his way to the last few emplacements. The golden sand had filled the sky out of the disperse as the radiance fades, turning the blade in Chan's hand back to an ordinary writing knife. To the side, Yu slips down, grasping a pinch of soft golden snow, like sand. For days, he looks at the golden sheen he has not seen in over 100 years. What he remembers is the older sister he last met over a century ago, but as for what Chen sees, she sees a parting of far away in the distant frigid north. Lula? Snowflake melts away. Those newly bright memories, okay, I see, slowly fade again, turning to their worn, shabby states. What remains is silent lips. The layout. With Baza and Terminal, soldiers have been called to fight the guys lighting its streets. Across from the doors and abysses that none dare look at. I was pretty eager to have this mission, but how do I actually get in? Yeah, accounted for my speed and intercepted me. I didn't familiarize myself with that mapper, so she probably Why not I just knock on the door? Allow me. Ah, I see. I've been waiting for you, Sean. For sure. No, as it isn't called that. By that mean, do you happen to be old acquaintances, madam? I happen to be a friend of one of your students. And I once stole one of your things, but I already returned it. Sorry. The thing I'm talking about isn't the thing here. I know. You do? I could hardly be mistaken about the scent of my siblings. The man notes the clothes on the woman before him, and his face takes a slight turn for the serious. Whether it be the martial disciplines or disorderly ones, there should not be a splitting of sex. But if you wish to eliminate the prejudice in the hearts of others, then you yourself must first have a tolerant heart. Thanks for your wisdom. The young lady carefully and deferentially hands over Gia's token. Does she, madam? Delivering this drop of life to the tomb is no doubt June's plan. Aside from Rang, she was the closest to Gia, and she wished for her here, even if only as a token. But I fear that she did not adequately explain things to you. Our family will be gathering in the barrens outside, not in the tomb itself. What? But this is still a stroke of good fortune. Before our family reunion, I shall have this life accompany me on a trip into the tomb. Surely this isn't a piece that the wiki player is planning to use. He worked so hard to bring this out into the mortal realm, but I betray his intention by consuming it. It is simply to bring him peace of mind, nothing more. Wait, I didn't finish this yet? What the fuck? Did I read this already? Yes, I did. Okay. Wow, that was long. Okay. Cycle.
カルネバーレ用の礼服を用意したから着替えてみてよ。
Not right there. Not right there. Oh, finally an 800. Can this happen in fucking Enfield too? I've been losing. Last chapter? I think? Last chapter. I've been streaming for 5 hours, wow. I'm just happy my voice is still alive. You theme. Well, you event theme, not you theme. Traitors. You 12, each and every one of you, plan to betray me, yes? Indeed, none of us will submit to becoming a part of you. We have lived as ourselves, this is why we are different from you. Lived as humans. You see yourself as human and try to bring delusions married to bear against me. You relied on the power you stole from me, ingratiating yourself with this pretty insects. But you still had to humble yourselves, hiding your claws and fangs to make yourself look harmless. Is that what you mean by living as humans? You still do not understand. You can never understand, for you have never lived. And I am well aware from where your arrogance stems. With but a glance, you can look from the beginning of time to its end. Though your consciousness has traversed the great void for eons, you have never had kin you could converse with. You are simply a god declaring yourself a supreme over a pitiful plot of empty space. I know full well that what this feeling was like until the day someone gave me a name. You are nobody's fate, not the people of this land, or we 12. And there's one thing you will never understand. Against someone who already has nothing to his name, fate is utterly powerless. Well, since you dare to repeat your foolish challenge, I do not mind shattering your delusions once more. I killed you once 120 years ago, and I shall kill you again with but a flick of my wrist. Not meant to scare me. I am already accustomed to losing. I have already lost too many precious things. I have lost the entire board. My dignity, my honor, my trust, my freedom, myself. My family. Did you really think someone with nothing more to lose would be afraid? But you. You're not afraid you will suffer another ignominious defeat 1,000 years ago. Is this fear not what makes you hesitate to step forward? Just at this hour? You desire in vain to replace me, to steal away my body. Why would I allow you to do as you please? I need only steer this body awake first. The Fathomite extends its talons as great as mountains. Countless Fathomites in countless tombs extend their talons. Countless talons as great as mountains and point them towards the same proxy. Oh, countless tombs. It doesn't matter if this is a dream, so long as that loathsome face is wiped away in all of them. There will be nothing left to stop its awakening. DMC3 opening? What's this? An incomparably brutal blow stabbed into its body, a strength it is familiar with. It knows that in this split second it has lost its connection with its enormous body. It could cause such harm to its form. The space shakes and warps in tears. As if 1,000 years worth of martial prowess has been channeled into a single strike, ripping apart the edges of the dream. Ah. Why are you always so meddlesome? I also promise that were things to arrive at this stage, I will be with you. Besides, I also wanted to bring her to meet you, to let you know that all your years of planning were not for naught. Through the boundary between dream and reality, Wang sees its hook and Chongyue clutches to his bosom. When their eyes meet, we should leave. Live and come back to us. I will not make you any promises. The distance between them stretches with speed. Even though he is Grandmaster of Kung Fu, 1,000 years old, a human body is still only a human body. He literally cleaved a Fathomite in half, while being human, in quotations. The force piercing the veil between truth and fiction quickly dissipates, but the voice of that brother Wang is so right up what socials his ears. I miss junk memes. And I will look for you. I always will. Suit yourself. But doesn't matter, doesn't matter. No matter what he does, only for an instant. Yes, the most human of all the proxies is the one who has injured you the most, Sui. No longer shall he disturb us, nor will any of your ludicrous insignificant siblings. This is my dream with only you and I. I thought I would have to bring all of my strength to bear to defeat you, but it seems you are still weak. Still liable to collapse at the slightest of breezes. You only have a single stone left. I will barely even have to lift up my finger to crush you, to annihilate you. And those poems, those laws, those martial arts, such irksome pests. And it only uses strength I save for you to isolate you from those meddlesome insects. You are unfit to die by my claw. You are only fit to be cut down by your reflection's blade. I'll die. Oh. Gia. Who is that? Or what is that? It's Chong, that's Wang. I don't know what that is. That's definitely Wang. I think that's Chong Yue. Oh wait, Chong Yue and Wang. Ling. Oh wait, it's Jay. Just okay. Turn sideways. Wait, is that Chong Yue and Ling then? I thought it was Wang, but it's blue colored. Probably Ling. But eyes your ad, not mine. Yes, in all these casual chains, in all these possibilities, in all these dreams, you will die. These countless repetitions within this dream have eroded away, hollowed out your most frenzied imaginings, and all without you knowing. Have you not noticed how intricately linked you and I are to this dream you used to trap me? You have been chained by your hateful, vengeful impulses. Your evolution has reached its end. We have already surpassed you. But your body will persist. I will take your place. And how will you do that? Your isolated stones with your own body, so ready to fall apart. You dare assume I only have my stones, and this body of mine. Then your dead proxies are the last of his strength to lift his sword. The deranged Fairmont gives one last howl of rage. The cold moon splits stones, the first sun shards boards, ashes to ashes. A farewell to the ages. What? Oh, okay. I see. This is why. That's why he visited all of the siblings first. You're not one telling me that the board is endless and that Arvada is so much more than a board called Wang. I'm not the only one playing against you.
春風が雨と消す時節ね。
さっさと片付けるぞ。
That is not normal. Wait a minute. Your S3 centered on Wang. I don't know if you failed. If you told us you needed our help, we should have showed up sooner, you know? S2. The hell can you help with? You're a summoner. Realize a dream and chain a gift unto you, a verse of wine and wine. Wine, wind, and rain.
どうせもう来たんだし、
Okay.
スープでも飲んでいったら？
You can't fight on empty stomach, Wang.
私の顔料になりたいのはドイツかしら？
見よ、眼前の風景のなんと美しい
Click on them.
こ
I
と。
cannot.
戦場となったことが口惜しいな。
You still believe you have the upper hand? I, with the split stones and burnt bird, shall send you off final journey. Your own path, and those are simply the power that they have stolen from me, and your candle grows dim. My candle grows dim, as does yours. You have squandered your memories. Now upon this faraway board, we are all equally insignificant. We no longer need you. People of this land no longer need you. Even evolution and the future upon which actual wiki rules surround it. Yep. No, your opponent no longer needs you. Your fate is sealed.
Mission accomplished.
Memories from time immemorial poured down like a torrential rain, washing away its enormous empty consciousness. Remnant consciousness slips and slides about the land of dreams, trying to find a single scrap of something. Anything to use as its foundation. But those... I see. It's trying to attach to something as it is a Fahrenheit. Will Soy actually die? As far as we know, there's no quotations dead Fahrenheit. But those dreams right now is bad as unscribed bamboo slips with only the great white texture. There should be people in events written upon them, yet such things cannot be grasped. It was lost. Without a doubt. You wish to seize its body, take its place. But what of your siblings? They will not see me again, nor will they come to fill this void you have left behind. That said, I will not disappear. I shall always be with you. No matter who sits upon this corporeal throne, a void shall form. Since you have no intention of filling it, I shall haunt it. I shall haunt this place eternally. To torment the master of the body, of this body. To usurp its will. To torment its mind. Are but two sides of the same coin. There will be something to fill your vacancy. All that is left of you now is emotion, abundant emotion, but that matters not in the face of this shattered consciousness. If it did matter, its rage would have filled it long. That will not be my worry. The one replacing you shall be far more terrifying than you have ever been. The proxy steps forward, leaving the white creation behind him. The fathom about to drown in its own hollow mind lets out a bitter cry. Soon even that cry filled with pain and defiance dies down, leaving only an echo reverberating throughout the room. They fell will. You're about to die. I am going to die. Who am I? Why will I die? You're the most arrogant of dreamers. In your dreams, you pushed evolution to the endless sea of stars. Why are you reusing this term for him? But this egotistical evolution was cut short by humanity. That humanity you saw as nothing. And then your anger, your hatred, your defiance dragged you to your grave. But at the very end of it all, you died by my hand. You will destroy the future. That feature of evolution that escapes ruination, and through infinite expansion touches the face of the void. It was a dream you would never have been able to see fruition. Who are you? Or what are you? Oops. Evolution will not stop because of your death. Your passing will simply lace for a will, soured for thousands of years. If you truly yearn for the future where the stars shine only for you, he lifts out the last of his stones, and in his mind they slowly lose their forms, turning to a blade. It looks on us. He lifts up the last of his stones. Eh? He throws them up in the sky, towards the boundless heavens. Oh, it as in Sui. Okay. He takes the last of the congealed sharpness and thrusts it into its eyes. It watches as those black stones become a galaxy that flows towards it. Till the bestial Sui closes its eyes. The bestial Sui. Spies a vision that exists only in its dreams. The forms of proxy and venom slowly merge together. No longer shall they be parted. Here, a new Sui is born. Is that what's happening? It's no big deal. It's just that handling this many takes its toll. We're pointing. There's really nothing there. And not just there, it's though some has sneakily wiped away the blood of ink staining the ground. The rampaging guys of just a moment ago are nowhere to be seen. I'm obviously trying to chop that thing in half. Huh? Where did the monster go? Understood. The story regularly reports that all the script guys have disappeared. Wait. Let's regard them. There's all hands moved to an open space. The shaking from afar arrives. Time has come. Shulam grasps the jade's heel used to start the device, it might just be his imagination running wild, but he feels a connection between the machine and the blood running through his veins. During this moment of hesitation, a grey shadow appears before him, nearly covering the entirety of the Originium's radiance. Shadow utters what seems to be a thundering low roar. Within that roar, the true Leung hears a haggard voice, one he heard decades ago. Ah, okay. I thought this was Wang when I first saw this Seiji. But how many of its memories and dreams, its thoughts and feelings have you inherited? Will you be of aid to Yan in the future, or will you bring only misfortune? Are you he, or an all-new Sui? Its pale memories, withered dreams, exhausted thoughts, befouled feelings, they all roil and jostle through my consciousness at this very moment. But you are correct. Sui is dead. The shadowless of the long house shakes both heaven and earth. But what you, your ancestors, your nation owe it is also what you owe me and mine. Those arts winding their way through your body are proof your ancestors shackled us for 1,000 years. So these memories be faded, these dreams be wilted, these thoughts be decayed, these feelings be rotted away, this rage of 1,000 years still burns as bright as the sun. But you are not him. If your hatred has not been diminished, then make your move. You wish to use this piece of Originium to take me down with you. It shall be my final act in service of the great Yan. If you are a new Sui, I shall rid my country of you, even if it costs me my life. If you are Wang, then my promise to you stands. Your life shall be spared, and you will be pardoned for deceiving the crown. And now, for regicide. I shall also pardon myself for the crime of unclarity of thought, which lead to suspicions between parent and child, the scattering of kin, the formation of factions, and unrest that rocked the nation. Do you truly seek death? It can begin a new chapter in the history of Great Yan. Why would I deny you my life? Very well. As you wish. Did you believe all our grudges settled? Ling theme or Ling event. The first time we see Sui. We're finally here. Yeah. You are no longer it. It was slain by my hand. You too late. Actually did it. That ridiculous plan of yours actually worked. Very well, if you have taken its place, then you shall bear my rage. Ancient Colossus remains quiet, silently watching the near-dead kin. What is this? Are you pitying me? Up until the end of this endless journey, the millennium of hatred burned bright in Ya's chest, unwavering for even a moment. So why now, when Ya sees Sui for herself? Does the hate seem to fade away, leaving only nothingness? Why are you so unconcerned? Were you hoping I would grant you release? No, I will not kill you. And hesitates. What would come from enacting this vengeance? A bloody end for the both of them. Why take up arms? Why betray them? She finally realizes that with the death of Sui's consciousness, those answers she had searched for no longer in reach. But would I ever forgive you? This is your own fault. You should have arrived sooner. You should have witnessed its death. Or maybe you should have contributed to that, to call your deadly grudge. But there is still something you can do, late though you are. Originium. This was all part of your schemes. You went through all the trouble to collude with that ancient lunatic to lead me here. Just want me to connect this room with that ugly stone. The Fathermuts are immune to Originium because they're not natives to Terra. What are they trying to do? The choice is still yours. Choose vengeance and you can do what you have dreamed of countless times. Take that ugly stone and give this vessel an eternity of torment. Or since you are both to die anyway, why not simply leave? The Fathermut, so close to its limits, is about to thrust its sword into the boundless body of Sui. That sword so mighty against humanity, yet all too weak against its kin. But the moment before Ya does so, the anger burning for 1,000 years finally slips away. In her reverie, Ya looks closely at Sui that is no longer Sui, and then Ya howls with laughter. What the hell did you break? The enormous vessel remains silent. I do not know why you are so adamant on being tortured or why you wish to bring this cursed Originium into your body. Shouldn't work though. All I know is that what you want to take this festering, swelling, ancient wound and have it thrusted on into you. Very well, I will humor you. For you are not Sui, but Wang, the Sui Slayer, and so I shall help you. I shall help you repay its sins over endless time. In a vessel such as this, even the strongest of spirits will be worn away and assimilated. Ultimately become just like it. Assimilate. Interesting term used, now that we're using Originium. What is this? It's like Swiss rings. When the time comes, I shall return. I shall have my vengeance by slaying you with my own two hands. But as for now, I do not wish to hear your prattle on about explanation and the like. I do not wish to hear you squabble with those insects. All I want to do to this body is have my unprecedented vengeance. One most fitting for we souls who have walked since the beginning. Cutting away the seasons is not a power without a price. Especially for a Fathermut on the brink of death, meddling with the most primal force of this land. But just still does it anyway. The piece of Originium alongside the space it occupies is cut away by then loosening the depths of Sui's body. Yeah, so if I got her two generation trapped within the illusion. With the fading of the last of her strength, they break free. But they watch her body slowly wither away. And wither away. Their faces lined with sorrow. The fuck happened to ya? But the shamans get stronger, sending a falling roof being straight to Mr. Books. Duck, you old book brain. Think you're saving more brave hero. Who's she? Is the chaos finally over? Childlike she narrows her eyes, looking out towards the tomb of Sui. There's a rare somber expression on her face, a far cry from her usual cynicism. This was your choice, your wake failure, your calculation. It was unforeseen what kind of disaster this piece of Originium would bring with it to think up of solutions. It means nobody's going to dare mess with you, but you might as well be damning yourself to eternal hell this way. It's just a better road to follow. I don't know if this counts as me helping you or hurting you. Plotting a great windfall for all beings in this realm, you actually did it. This game is yours, Wiki Failure. What happened? In almost shadow of the crazed woman, the Originium's orange glare, everything begins to fade from the true long sight. We finally understand what the Proxy's ultimate plan was. Paramount's Originium. At the cost of a near-eternal torment, Wang ascended the seat of Sui and accepted Ya's vengeance. Bufan, or rather the first Originium Yan has relied upon since the days of yore, is now buried within the deepest pits of Paramount's body and soul. And with the disappearance of the energy it supplied, the secret chamber gradually begins to collapse. The true Lang walks towards the exit and pulls upon its doors, only to discover they have been jammed shut by rubble. But he does not panic. He feels that die here is not such a bad thing, and this is where Wei comes in. Because he did actually. Had something to do. Ha! Yeah. How does this man use his sword arts with his fucking fingers? For a moment, the true Lang believes himself to be hallucinating. But the one supporting him by the shoulder has an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother. What? Don't speak. Follow me. Like the room behind it, the blood-red hidden passage begins to crumble away. The wake of Bufan's disappearance. The true Lang leans against Wei Yanwu's shoulder, doing his best to match his pace. He still feels like this is all a dying dream, a meeting with his estranged brother that his feeble consciousness conjured up. He tries to think back to his younger days when he made mischief with his brother as they ran through the hallways of the palace. What season was it? Was it autumn? No, it was not that cold. It has been too long. He no longer remembers clearly. We see this in Enfield every day. The prolonged earthquake finally stops. Panicking court mandarins look at each other, unsure what is to come next. At least until a familiar face unhurriedly walks in. I finally awake. May all rest easy. The Sui menace has been thoroughly resolved. I asked you all to return to your posts. The chaos is over, but there are still many things in Baiza that require our attention. Real guards standing behind her added a little gravitas to her declaration. After some hesitation, the mandarins steady their clothes and hats before they walk out the doors. Once the last of them have left, Chun nods at the guards. They stand aside, but they keep their eyes locked onto her. Eliminating Soy and finding you, I did both of them. Finally, gonna confess. It is the rage that enormous creature fought against itself, but there is a gentle breeze accompanying that pulse. From within, she hears something not of the consciousness. I just realized. Okay, this is why Sue existed now. From within the sheer... from within, he hears something not from the consciousness far away from it. So, gathered somewhere within Baizo, and it speaks forgiveness. Ever since True Long descended underground, he has waited here, listening to the report from Human, the uproar at Baizo, and the declaration from the surrogates to the entire city. All is now well. His coughing has only grown. His waist more stooped by the time of the declaration to support himself. He is forced to sit on the ground, leaning against his room. At first he felt anger, then worry, but now he only feels exhaustion. Memories from a near 100 years ago when he was seated by the current Chulang's father forced themselves to the surface. It was midwinter when the snow swirled through the air. And Chulong was still far from being adult, happy to sit about the fireplace with the newly promoted Mandarin and discuss all great things happening under heaven. Contact between Lateran and Iberia, the war between the Columbia and Victoria, Ursus and desire for conquest, the turmoil in Higashi, the mysterious weapons of Kazdal, and Sui. It was not excised first time. Chulang was resolute in having the second attempt come with no mistakes. Yan would obtain the bones of Sui and near double the amount of energy it eliminated, and it eliminated, the age of Yan will have arrived. Talks became so fervent that the Emperor stood up and struck out barefoot into the snow using his finger to brandish Chi Shao, as he spoke of what grand ambitions he had for the future. Both are exalted to distant thought, aspiring to the sky and bright moon. Then he could no longer wait for the day that the Chulong would blow the horn to call for Sui's eradication. He could only wait for that Chulong's mind to deteriorate until all had abandoned him. Then you also could not wait for the current Chulong's return, and prove to him that all you've done was not for your own selfish reasons, but for the future of Yan. Through his murky eyes, the old man believes the one standing before him can only be the. He has waited for so long, but the voice's ringing ears catch says otherwise. The Dark Court knows your cold is merely a pretext. The lingering illness that has plagued you for years could hardly be passed off as a simple chill. Just as how we know all of that, your ironclad desires to eliminate the Sui was not an idea you had of your own. You once held great esteem and approval, but now that the dust has settled, those who followed you. Look here, the doddering old fool who has started this chaos stands here awaiting your majesty's judgment. Your words will not be heard by anyone. Before he can shout those words at his liege like an unfortunate, misunderstood hero, life itself no longer wishes to remain within him. I can't believe you and him would talk like that. We still don't know what it's like inside. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We're alive, which means he's not dead. I mean, he definitely succeeded. I heard upon the wind that Brother Eldest already entered. Would not be long before he drags him out. If you have aught to ask him then. He kept many things hidden from us. He cannot escape from his sentence. Jun, just check us over. Speaking of, I can't be the only one who's thinking. We've never had a family gathering this big before. It feels a bit strange having so many of us in one place. Where the hell is you? If you're going to get... there we go. We'll be heading back. Say my name with respect first. Oh damn, you two are covered in dirt. Well, as long as you're alive. Which reminds me, last time a certain someone was acting all cool and determined, and look, he's doing perfectly fine. Ow, pinching me, sure. My apologies for worrying you. Those who inside should be out by now, right? Wang is he? They see the martyrs look upon his face and they know it to be an ill omen. He restrains himself from letting out a sigh that would be tantamount to a declaration. Don't you dare end it here. Okay. Yes, father. I didn't tell anyone when he left. Now, maybe I was the only one he didn't tell. I don't know. I can barely remember. Mother had just passed away. Chen? Mother, she never liked father or me, and in the end, Chen. Father left much less of an impression on me compared to mother. Once, when I was confronting Wei Yanwu, I said father was a weak man. My opinion still stands. But he really did try to love me and Tal. When I was young, I was scared when Wei Yanwu came to our house to find mother. So he took me outside. Ever since that day, he would drown his sorrows, needing more booze every time. Though he never drank in front of me. Good father. Tal didn't like him at first. He spent a lot of time with her, even learning Victorian alongside her, though he had never heard the language before in his life. When mother was at her most agitated, he would tell us to go outside and face mother's madness alone. I kinda do remember that part. Why was your... I need to recheck things again. You know, before your father married, he was not completely like this. I can see it. So now we use the writing knife to correct the mistakes in the family history you compiled. No, it is simply a family chronicle. It won't even be published. It is not worth using something as precious as that knife on it. Despite Chen Chao's, she has repeated declining grip and represented Chao's hand. Jia and June and had hopes this knife would be able to correct the mistakes that happen when we whitewash or forget the past. Even though errors only involve one fallen family instead of all Yan, I think they would still want them corrected. Alright. Gia, she really come back. That thing from the Garden of Good History settled itself down quite nicely in that it's on top 4. But if you're asking me if that's the Gia who walked with the Yan through the centuries, I do not know when it's happened, but it seems some of our prior generations took this overly reliable, seemingly immortal woman for granted. I know. I've been asking the same thing. Why are they afraid of someone who can accurately record history? What the fuck? So once she passed, a few weak people like me lost the pillar, propping them up. It appears all that was left after the fading of that omnipotent goddess were the words of everyone else. It's true that historians should have confidence in their statements, but when that confidence loses the backing of someone who's eternally correct, it is easy to give. That's what you're saying. You guys should invite her back once she's revived. Now, on the contrary, what we should do is leave the cradle of having the right answer fed to us. Take on the prospect of making a mistake. Cool heads. Danny? What page did it open? Take a guess. I would say about the same, but picks up the book name without looking at the page number, tallies it up once more. I have made one of history's unsolved questions. One just for you and me. Understand whether because nobody had witnessed them or because too many people had witnessed them. How many of these unsolved questions do you think there are? A lot of them. Indeed, a lot of them. Personally speaking, what I want the most right now is the courage to be responsible for writing down history. Though I know such unsolved questions will never have answers. Alright, I will leave the knife to you. Help me correct the pages I show you. Really does leave no mark. Is it normally just... It's just a really... Is Mr. Liang still with the pavilion? Where is he? Listening, as it were? Oh, I don't mean that. Ah. Oh, sure. Is this Miss Chen? Who is she? Well, Jackie wouldn't have mystery rise early in the morning to ask for leave to come here. I see. Pleasure to meet you. I am Ning Yin. I heard Chao Qian would be transferred to the research post of the Imperial Historical Cabinet in a few days, so I came over to discuss recent events with her, and also to use some treats. I'm pleased to hear her opinions alongside seeing the writing knife. My colleagues at the cabinet are pulling out all stops. They want to take advantage of the fresh winds of early winter to do some innovative research. Why was Chen surprised? What's this for? But thanks, I doesn't want to go. Ah, God. They just had to keep one guy's secret still. But again, I made this hot pot, not me. I didn't even throw in any weird herbs and roots. The master says there are still many suffering from disease across this land. But he also says he'll be in Yan for a while, so if he's ever nearby, he'll come see you. Okay, that's all. Master is rather pressed for time, so I should head off. Hold up. Tell him that if he doesn't eat it all, he's not allowed to slink out of Yan. Got it. No laughing. This one for you too. This time, it is Shuhover's a finely wrapped bundle. On hearing you were from Sargon, our eldest brother became rather interested telling you a few things about your food. Little you had to make a few guesses and he put on his own personal spin on things, but he managed to make a whole bag's worth. The others are rather good, but we're unsure if it's to your taste. Please, take it. Consider that your grief. Share. Thank you, everyone. Eldest brother that's Chong Yu. Is he specifically interested because he has also dealt with the fucking demons in Demons of the South as well? Our family never is a full set. Trying my best, youth. I have all of you right now. Fucking Wang was a disaster to get. True, while your flies in unfettered ease, even if you were to drag him to your sabers at you for a meal, you would find no taste in it. As for the others, young Dust truly is tired. She is pardoned. G is a master of spinning words into wealth, but as far too soft-hearted to his own family. It was just to idle at the garden, and since he is accompanying him, let him. As for our eldest brother, you said you weren't coming? You said that. I said nothing of the sort. Said I was coming. Couldn't just leave him by himself in the garden, so I brought him along. As he on his bit of work decided to work some magic at Da Huang. Then he's been hiding from us since these past few days. What's his punishment, Shu? It should not be some trifle such as crumbling the pot and washing the plates. Within this year, G, what you owe others are able to repay, you must repay. She has no taste in bedrooms. I was just leaving the Skybeam Pavilion when I saw her sprawled out on the ground, deep asleep. I even shouted at her to no avail, so I had no choice but to... You guys all see the thing sealing Yan's mouth shut. Talisman. None dare make a move, freeing the next mouth to be sealed with their beard their own. In the end, it is G who cautiously peels the talisman off Yan. Don't wake me unless Wang comes back. That is actually adorable. Where the fuck is Chong? Late once again. Far too late. Do you recall how many books are collected here in the Sky Mirror Pavilion? 43 million volumes. Compared to the last 1,000 years of history, these were not a single grain of that went great generation. That milk. Sure. At the time, my greatest dream was to dedicate my life to complete a hydrological chart. Yeah, that our forebears could not. I had a thought I could grow old here within this pavilion. This is where I truly belong. But it would not have been what was best for Great Yan. The past is heavy, so heavy that no one can shoulder its weight, but also so heavy no one can put it down. So much so that it should not have been borne alone. But there will always be someone to bear it. You ought to hate me, too. Are you going to say you have never hated me? I really did think that there would become a day I should die by your hand. I even thought that was the only way things would have ended. Were we to meet. What I wanted was to ask you was, after you left Baizhou, did you ever suspect that everything that happened was orchestrated by me to frame you? If I said I never did, would you still hate me for leaving on my own for no reason? No, never. It has been too long, so long that the discussion is meaningless. That year our little sister barred my way on the road to Longden. Not far from Baizhou. I could escape the city, but I could not escape her understanding. Plus, she begged me to return to capital, believing everything could be explained. There should be no misunderstanding between brothers. In the end, she said she would stay with me until the day I wished to return to Baizhou. Share things with you. I should not have indulged her unruliness. I still have not yet met her daughters. They were able to grow up in safety, one of a few bright points in my life. No, I should not use the word safe. The pity is, I was not able to give them even that. Got so many. In truth, I cannot think of a moment in my life where I am certain I made the right decision. So I sat here waiting for someone to come judge me for my wrongdoings. Pacifying the Sui of Gretian, this single achievement grants enough merit to rival the emperor who began the hunt. But compared to him, and their heart, you are not the only one who has never brought shame to Yan. You are the only one, rather, who has never brought shame to Yan. Yan Li, you can set them aside now. Should set them aside now. On the side note, how about the nieces finally meet their other uncle? She thought it would be a lot harder, honestly, but when she went to check on the case from 40 years ago, she found all the relevant texts neatly arranged on the shelf. They weren't even hidden in the back. As if someone knew she would be here. Okay, so I start. Who are you? Why are you in my family's library? Huh? You go about 10 years of age. The girl looks back at her timid yet I'm Chadosha. I came to borrow some books. If you're here to read, are you also starting to become the true long? What? Now, Dad said if you want to be a good true long, you need to read a lot of books here. When I go home today, the Grand Tutor will check my homework. That is your cousin, chum. Those with virtue cultivated in their bodies, perform it in their actions, and state it in their words. By mastering the classics, achieve refinement. By remedying the ills and practicing the right way, achieve virtue. By giving honest criticism without caring for offense, achieve. The last part is, you want to be the true long. Can I not be the true long? Yeah. Dad says it is the duty I was born with. If someone says from the bottom of their heart that they don't want to do something, then you shouldn't force them to do it. When people are forced to do things, they won't be happy, right? You're wrong. Dad said you need to do your duty. If nobody did, then the whole country will become a mess. I'm going to find him and have him explain it to you. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet him soon. But it's getting late today. How about I send you home? Okay. But do you know where I live? I think I do. Yeah. It's a young girl. You look like You know a lot. You know more than the Grand Tutor. I don't dare compare myself to him. But when it comes to certain questions, we have slightly different points of view. The books say the true long should love people. Should love the people, right? That's right, what you should know. But what you should know is, it's only a true long who should do that. It's not only the true long who should do that. Love your mother, father, and teachers, your siblings, your friends, and your companions. You have the right to love everyone no matter who you are. Dad also said because a true long is the most powerful person in the country, I need to be cautious about every word and every action. It is the same with making friends, so I don't have any. No, you should be allowed to make friends with people you like. Remember, taking such great authority and leaving in the hands of a single person and making them shoulder it alone, this in itself is wrong. It's not fair to most people, and it's not fair to that person either. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you stay and explain it to me more? Once you grow up, you'll understand. Once you grow up, maybe you can make a change. So grow up quick. Elder? Oh no, what is she doing? I waited in North for nearly 400 years and this is all... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A potential way for you to come to Rhodes Islands. Please! I waited in the North for nearly 400 years and this is all the progress by the Oceanic Bureau made on extreme research. The Yankees today are utterly incompetent. Who's the head of the Yankees these days? Tell him to get his ass over here. After observing the unusual meteorological phenomenon created by Londinium's shard 4 years ago. Alright. Here's the urgency of the year shift of Londinium. Since then, the Yankees have labored night and day at the research, not daring to rest for even a second. But I fear there is no nation upon this land who can achieve the rate of progress you have asked for. Sarcasm, actually. What I asked was for this one simple thing. I would have preferred it if you told me those youngsters were thinking up of ways to slack off. That way, their hearts might not have been doing the right thing, but at least their brains would still work. Versus Castle, no matter where you look at it, there's misfortune caused by Originium. I had hoped number 2 would be able to solve this problem once and for all, but I'm afraid time's up. There'll be people knocking on their doors soon enough. What? Oh, Castle. Look at it. I'll move into the bureau tomorrow. I want to see just how the nice youngsters. That you are willing to see this through his personality is a good thing, Elder. But before you move in regards to the question of Origin, we have a guest from afar whom you should meet. Who is this? I and I would like to express my thanks to Jan for the information they have shared. I believe this pressing time scan this relation between. What's out of the fuck? Whose music is this? Right. I think this is the main story music. But that is principle, the spirit of cooperation during our follow-up procedures. Funny. It's very related to Wuling as well. First, allow me to elaborate on Rose Island's position regarding the Originium question. Childhood is still dead. That is not Cal said. It's I need to double check when is the Ursus thing happening on what year. So it can't be Monster, the Doctor, or Amaya because they're all there. Is Dutch there? Farron? I don't think where Farron is part of the North, dude. You're still planning on taking me to custody rather than letting me go, Lord Zubov. No, the old Henshi has already vouched for you. Fighting the storm all the way you did, Moyi, was of great merit. It feels strange hearing you be so polite. But if you're not here to arrest me, then why are you here? And this to you, your mother's belonging. Things were hectic, so I forgot to return this keepsake from your mother to you. My apologies. Oh, this thing. You were lying, were you? Oh. Okay. You're about to ask me where I'm from, aren't you? I can see it in your face. You generous, I shall not offend you by pressing the matter. I simply hope in the future that you will not toy with others. Okay. It's to our ship. I've got a question of my own. What's next for the circulator? Honestly, it's a complete mess right now. When the chaos ended, the supervisor admitted responsibility and resigned. The proxy killed Sui, and after emerging with that piece of originium, he fell into something resembling a slumber. Unprecedented feat. The phenotologists are studying it with all haste. Sui did not die. I need information on Sui immediately. How fucking long until she gets released? With you around, there's no need for a reader worried about a circulator making any big mistakes. I am not as confident as you are. As my master, the one you call the old carpenter, once said, it is because of the differences between you and me and that all disputes arise. Matter if they are between man and beast or man and man. Which is why he called for the love between all things, for all things are brothers and sisters. Those 12 did everything they could and nearly died for it, just to claw back a way for them to live. If you kept looking at them with the differences between man and beast in mind, that would be pretty cruel. I trust you on this matter. Oh, sure. Alright, chat time's over, I should get going. Going where? I'm surprised you're not a playable character. Yet. Turning to my research, search for the Phantoms, trying to find any trace of that proxy, or maybe giving that rabble waving the banner of Shanghai Zong a talking to. Not sure yet. Did I meet again then? We go waves her head in an instant and she disappears from his sand laid on land. So. What the hell happened to Ya? Is Ya okay? Yet another journey with an unknown end. It is not aimless wandering, though it is simply a search for the uncertain greater than a hunt for a drop in the ocean. He has walked so far for so long. We will take the last of Ya's way. Oh, okay. Bring it to the lands beyond the end. The 1,000-year grudge between Great Yan and the Phantoms is now over. I pray that this land will never see such bitter conflict again. As for your hopeful search to find Wang Shua, it will not be of much use, though we would really love to help. I thought that was clearly. We may have been companions with him along the same round, but we were acquainted at best, and we knew little of his schemes. I understand. All I humbly ask is for his to please inform me if you share news of him. If I do, we shall tell you post-haste, Grandmaster. But what you seek, I fear, may be eternally out of reach, just as one cannot touch the face of heaven. The game of his, he considered himself a friend and foe, and all the changes of the changes on the board and off, perusing the effects of myriad actions, such as arduous fates with it. Inevitability result in the opposite effect. If what you seek is a means to free Wang from the tomb, then you seek in vain. But what you seek is a stone in reserve or some idle scholarly digression. Heaven and earth are wide and full of many mysteries. There might have been moments when the street was bored that there should be some traces for him somewhere upon it. But what is being sought is nothing more than a single black stone. When he walked the path of possibility alone, seeing a way out of forever and seeking a solution, did he ever feel this helpless? The endless, far too endless journey, enough to make a being like him since the passing of fleeting time. Man cannot touch the face of heaven. And he is still nothing. But I believe some trace of him must exist somewhere outside the tomb. Alas, if he truly did not wish to see us, would all your efforts be of any use? Perhaps after Gia's verdict, he could not forgive Yan himself. Is it this new Yan he does not wish to see, or is it someone else? Maybe he does not wish to draw us into his next game. Next game? Spots are all ended. What would his next game even bring? What can it bring into the even more hopeless matter? He have accomplished the replacement, but he was unable to make muddy waters run clear. He will not give up, he will certainly be searching too. The traces she left behind on this land for a glimmer of hope. Always one who understood him best. So still determined to look for him. And once you find him, I will let him know that the next time he needs help, he will not be alone. The long-lived man stops to rest his feet, turning his head to gaze off into a distance out of habit. Yet another year passed. The snows are beginning to melt, turning the cheetah to a mud-covered bog. By the road, where the trees sway and sprinkling on new buds visible. What's happening there? An ordinary way key stall. Though once surrounded by a bustling audience, whether they watched because of a bitter battle or because of a high stakes, he is unsure. However, look at the points. How much money is he going to lose over this game? I shall own that lad. Imagine learning how to gamble with the wakey at such a young age instead of studying properly. Look, you can't blame the kid. If it wasn't for his deadbeat gambler of a dad, losing the entire family fortune at the board, not to mention his sick little sister. We're going to blame his lack of skill, then again, the rich guy's failing is a disgusting bastard. Look at the kid's black stones, and even a Xian would find it hard to save him. That's a rank, I think, Xian rank. The young man maintains his determined expression, seeming to not hear the many comments from the crowd, but the bead of sweat dripping off his brow exposes the panic in his heart. It is obvious how things will end. He has at most 10 moves left. All he can do now is throw in the towel. He hesitates in placing his stone, even though he knows he cannot hesitate forever. 7. What? 4-7, shoulder it. The young man finally hears a distinct voice. Clear as it dictates a move to him. As he considers his instructions, he sees a way to victory he had never considered. But who exactly is helping? He looks about, finding no source of the voice. The young man returns his attention to the board, calculating the feasibility of this breakthrough. In the end, he is convinced he is victory assured. He adjusts his posture, having calmed down a little. A charm of black jade pokes out of his collar, gleaming with a deep light under the winter sun. Oh, fuck. Was it Wang or Chongyue? It Wang or Chongyue? He's specifically playing the Blackstone, so it's implied that it's Wang, but... Is Wang watching every game now? Even though he's a veteran mod? Oh my god. Okay. I finally finished this. I love the Sui story so much. Okay. Goodbye.